Yes, yes, yes. You are in tune to Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. And let me cue up what we going with today. Let's have a look. Okay, got it. Got it. Locked in. That's what we're going with. That's what we're working with. Okay. You got the beautiful introduction music. I hope you are all well and good on this Bank Holiday Monday. Yesterday we had the coronation of a new king. Of a new king. I'm not a king in how long? What? 90 years? 80 years? Something like that. Okay. Let's get this thing right. Okay. Where's the thing? Where is it? Oh. Why can't I find that? That's disturbing. Let's try again. OMG. Okay. Can't find my thumbnail, but it's all good. Let's do the sound check. So I know you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, let's do that now. Let's do the sound check. Check 1, check 2, check 1, check 2. Hold on. Let's kill the music and see what it sounds like. Go on. Kill the music and check 2. Hold on. Yep, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Let's make sure everything is correct. Okay, we're good. Let's go. That's the first thing that I want to do. Oh yeah, let's drop the link in the chat. Boom. Okay. What we're starting off with today. Now I gotta do this right. I gotta do this. Gotta start off right. For some of you royalists out there, what do they call it? King. There it is. Okay. Let's bring him up. Come on, let's show this in a new. There we go. For you royalists, you can't say, hey, Rafi didn't show us. Rafi didn't say anything about the coronation. What's he doing? Can't say that about the Rafi. Hold on. Boom. There you go. The king and country. Come on, stand up. Stand up at this time. Pour yourself a glass of sherry, a glass of your finest port from the decanter. I know you've all got decanters out there. Get a decanter, pour out your finest sherry or port, and raise a toast. Long live the king. Long live the king. How old is he? Or is he 70? Something like 70. You know, these cats live long. There you go. Boom. Long live the king. raise your glasses, raise your toast. Okay, you can't say that Rafi didn't do his national duty. OMG. OMG. Okay, let's crack on with it. Let's get into the first story. I hope you all enjoyed your bank holiday. It's a bank holiday Monday over here in the UK. Was this because of the coronation, or did it just fall? Did it just fall that way? I don't know. But anyway, let's get into. Thank you, King Charles. Thank you. Let's get into the first story. Oh yeah, that's why we started early. Yeah, forgot to say that. Yeah, started early today because today is a bank holiday in the UK. It's holiday day. Okay, let's get into it. First story is, it looks a little bit small. Can we just get that up a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Looks a lot more respectable. Okay. So you probably haven't heard this. I hadn't heard this, but Liam Smith injured. The June the 17th rematch with Chris Eubank Jr. is postponed. OMG. See people populating the area in shock at this news. Okay. What's the date today? May the 8th. Yeah, fresh news, hot off the presses. Liam Smith injured, and the bout is postponed. Okay, so what's going on? What's going on with this story? Okay, so Liam Smith has suffered a training injury. So his rematch with Chris Eubank Jr. must be postponed. It's unknown the nature of the injury. What the nature of the injury is for the soon-to-be 35-year-old Chris Smith. How old's Eubank? What is he, about 32? I think Eubank's about 32. Okay, so the good news will only be a couple of weeks. Okay. Let's highlight that. According to Mike Coppinger. Smith Eubank rematch should have if the injury, what? According to Coppinger, Smith Eubank Jr. rematch should happen. Damn you. Should happen soon if the injury isn't healing slow. Yeah, it's a very poorly written statement, but okay, we shall persevere and overcome. Boxing fans have mixed feelings about their interest in seeing a second fight between the 34-year-old Beefy and the career-long underachieving, Eubank Jr. Okay, the two I go on to talk about if Smith KOs Eubank again, which he probably will. It'll be a good time for him to retire. It's unlikely Eubank Jr. will, because he can continue making money fighting at home in the UK, where fans won't give up on him. Dang, who's written this? We're going to talk about Derek Chisora. He's a classic example of a marginal fighter who's carved out a good living despite frequent defeats. He's a millionaire with 13 losses. It's a good point about Derek Chisora. Who are ya? Chisora. Who's this? Wizard Sleeves up in the building. Get into the comment section in a moment. Okay. So, what I'm saying, the difference between Eubank Jr. and Chisora is that at least Derek tried mixing it with a handful of world-class fighters during his career. We're yet to see Eubank Jr. take on the best talent. The best talent at 160 or 168. I mean, they say take on a talented fighter. I mean, wasn't the Gale a talented fighter? I think the Gale was a talented fighter, but was the Gale washed? Was the Gale washed like a washing rag? You know, washed and rinsed and wrung out. Was the Gale washed, rinsed, and wrung out by the time Christopher Eubank Jr. fought him? Yeah, I think so. Chris, the Gale was a spent force by that time. Some may argue against it, but that was my position, and that remains my position. But still, the Gale was a good name, ex-champion, ex-world champion. So I'd have to disagree and to say that he hasn't fought a talented fighter in reference to Christopher Eubank Jr. Okay, but the story on that one is that Liam Smith pulls out injured. Highly unfortunate. But I mean, I don't think Christopher Eubank should have been fighting him anyway. I don't think Eubank should have been fighting him anyway. You know what I mean? People coming in, people populating. You just get that up there so people know what's going on. As a matter of fact, rat-tat-tat-tat, let's see if I can do this. Let's see if this will work. Boom. Let's see if this will work. Boom. Okay. That's good. Okay. So I don't think it was a smart move for Christopher Eubank in the first place. But I can understand why he accepted the rematch. Was it smart? I don't think so. I think he should swerve it, but hey, there's a chance of redemption. Who knows? He might pull it off. Do I think he'll pull it off? No, I do not. We talked about this last week. Yeah, we talked about it last week. And you're better off moving on. Was going to move on to a Conor Smith fight, but Conor Smith, British Boxing Board of Control are doing their thing, even though he never failed one of their tests, but that's a whole different story. Okay, as we move on, as we continue on, let's share the screen once more as we press on. Happy bank holiday to you all. More breaking news. Guess that's why you tune in. More breaking news from the rdcr. You see that? Good? Let's get a bit of... There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. More breaking news right away. That's how we're dropping it. Billy Joe Saunders to return to the ring this year after 2 years inactivity. OMG. I could have lined this thing up. Where is it? Okay. Come back to that in a second. Okay. So let's have a look. Billy Joe Saunders returns to the ring this year after 2 years inactivity. Okay, so Billy Joe Saunders plans on finally resuming his career this year after sitting out of the ring since May 21. after suffering multiple fractures of his right eye socket in the 8th round. Injury stoppage loss to Canelo Alvarez in Arlington, Texas. Okay. So let's have a look. What's he going to do? He'll likely jump into an immediate money fight, either against Caleb Sweet Hands or John Ryder. OMG. I'll tell you what. If he goes in against John Ryder, that would be a seller. That would be a seller. People would buy that. I have no doubt. No doubt. John Ryder coming off his loss against Canelo Alvarez. Ryder with his sleeves right. Writes Ryder tough as just not good enough against Canelo. Not many are. But hold on. Not many are. But how would you fancy? As a matter of fact, rat-tat-tat-tat. Let's do this now. First poll of the evening. Where are we? Okay. Let's get the question in. Let's make this adjustment. There's the question. Let's get the question in. Who you got? Who you got? Or rather, let's do this right. Who wins? Let's do it the English way. Who wins? BJ Saunders or John Ryder? BJ Saunders or John Ryder? Boom. Ask the community. Okay. So the first poll of the evening is up. Who wins? BJ Saunders or John Ryder? Let's make sure that's up. That is up. Okay. Where are we now? Where are we now? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. Right. So after getting a massive payday, said to be in the region of 8 million against Canelo, Saunders might not be keen to taking a pay cut fighting an unknown scrub. Hence, Ryder or Plant would seem like probable suspects. Yeah, I really like the John Ryder. I really like the John Ryder fight. I like that. That's sensible. And BJ Saunders, I think BJ Saunders would fancy his chances. I think BJ Saunders would say, yeah, I think I can outbox him. Then we have to ask the question. We know Billy Joe Saunders. We know that he's not always in the best of condition. So what's his fat levels right about now? What's Billy Joe Saunders' fat levels right about now? What's going on with that? How fat has he got? I know he's been in the ring. Videos have popped up here and there. Billy Joe in the ring working off that fat, the excess weight. Someone's going to need to lose a lot of weight if he plans coming back at 168, because a recent photo of him floating around on social media shows he's packed on a few pounds. I guess you can say being a millionaire has been good for Billy, because it doesn't like his Doesn't look like he's missing any meals. OMG. Okay, so as per Michael Benson, he writes, Billy Joe Saunders has declared that he'll be returning to the ring this year. Okay. The heavyweight division has been put on notice. OMG. That's the face of a man who don't give a rat's ass. He don't give a rat's ass. Call blimey, mate. As we say over here, call blimey, mate. Matter of fact, rat-tat-tat-tat. Let me see. Let me see if I can actually go for that tweet. Can I get on that tweet? It'll take me to Twitter. Hey, what's that popping? What's that popping I hear? OMG. OMG. It's none other than the Iron Kong up in the building. Iron Kong, how do you do?
Bloody hot here, Rafi. Bloody hot here, Rafi. I can't tell you a lie. What an awful feeling.
Oh gosh, you got the heat wave going on over there. You got the oven. You got the open oven feeling.
These people say it's not gonna get no better until October. I'm like, oh,
wow,
oh,
wow, dang.
What an awful situation.
That's long. I mean, we get a heat wave and it can go on for like a month or 2 months of 6 weeks. Normally around 6 weeks. Normally around 6 weeks of baking conditions. But for you to tell me that we're now in May, June, July, August, September, October, that's madness. That's madness.
It's just the sad thing is the tourists love it.
Yeah, because they're there for 2 weeks.
They're wondering why, like, yeah, this is great. Why aren't you guys enjoying the beach? Because we live here all the time, and
it's just there. Yeah,
we prefer not to be hot.
Of course. Of course. You just want some cool meditation. That's all. Just some cool meditation. That's all you need. Some cool weather, some cool meditation. You don't want to be in that sweltering heat. Well, funnily enough, we've had a couple of nice days, temperature wise, had a few nice days. Sunday was the coronation. As you know, the coronation, England, UK has a new king.
Yeah, I saw the conquered nations all go up there and parade themselves in front of their Lord and Master, including my own Prime Minister, who took about 10 people up there to go and do what? Someone was on social media on Facebook, tagged me, said, look how a flag front and center and some, I think they call it the mall or something, some long street where a bunch of flags was. So all flag was there. I was like, yeah, that England is showing off all the conquered nations. That's not an honor. They're showing off their conquered nations.
Yes.
That's what it is, So but it's just kind of amazing the way we tend to see things. England is showing off all the conquered peoples.
Yeah.
That's what the flags are.
Yeah. Motherland.
Whatever. So I was just like, whatever, For him, it's unfortunate. I mean, this guy's mother must have hated him. This man became king when most kings are abdicating. Yeah,
he's about 72 now. Yeah.
Yeah, most kings by 72, already is like, look, I had enough of this. Let me go retire. Somewhere up in some estate, up north.
Yeah.
In Shropshire or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
And whatever. Now he's freshly king. At 70 something. How old, Rafi? 70 how much?
I think he's about 72. Anybody knows different? I really don't keep up with this.
That's a long time to wait for a promotion on your job, boy.
That's a long time. But I mean, he did have perks. He's the Duke. Or they call him the Duke of Duchy. He inherited some land, which makes him just independently, well, not independently, but just that land alone makes him one of the richest men in the country. Some of the most prime lands, the Duke of Duchy.
Does he own any in Shropshire?
Shropshire's kind of lowbrow for him. You know, he's down in Buckinghamshire. Buckinghamshire. You know, the Duke of Duchy. Some prime lands. You know, he only deals with prime lands.
You're saying Shropshire is not prime land?
Shropshire's good. Shropshire's got a lot of good, nice lands, but not in comparison with the Duchy. Them lands there, them are the real prime lands.
I see.
You know what I'm saying? Philip Khan Roberts up in the building. But if you come out to that, I don't know if you heard the news. Liam Smith is injured. The June 17th rematch with Christopher Eubank Jr. has been postponed.
Well, that's not good. That's pretty bloody awful.
Yeah.
You know, it might have saved Eubank from another beating so quick, but you know.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. I don't know if you heard the news. Might be breaking it over here on the rdcr, but where's that thing? Billy Joe Saunders set to return to the ring this year after 2 years of inactivity.
Yo, that picture you show of Billy Joe, right? I could have sworn that was a Photoshop until someone I had asked someone that's really, like, yeah, Billy's really that fat. I was like, that's not possible.
Yeah, I thought it was a Photoshop myself.
So he just told me, nah, Billy Joe Saunders, he blows up that big in between fights. He's not a disciplined person.
No,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
The guy looks absolutely dreadful.
Yeah.
You know, he has to get, and he gonna fight at 168. That's a lot of weight to drop, Rafi.
Yeah, but they have the technology. They have the technology.
What's that?
Well, you know, certain nasal sprays I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
Certain nasal sprays are, you know, quite good when it comes to, you know, dropping body weight. So I have no doubt that technologically it gonna be, they're gonna do it, man. They're gonna do it. He's gonna come back and he's probably gonna fight somebody. They're talking about somebody like what's his name, John Ryder or Caleb Sweet Hands Plant.
So he gonna go over to PBC to fight Caleb Plant? Because, you know, PBC people don't go nowhere else.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think. Hold on, what's the poll? Who wins? BJ Saunders or John Ryder?
Didn't he beat John Ryder already?
Say that again.
Didn't Billy Joe beat John Ryder already?
Have they? Let's have a look. Billy Joe. Actually, I'm on John Ryder's page now. Zach Parks, who's he fought? Saul Canelo Alvarez, Zach Parker before that, Daniel Jacobs, Juco, Mike Guy, Callum Smith. He lost to him. I thought he should have beat that. I think he won that fight according to my scorecards. Scrolling down, Patrick Nielsen, Rocky Fielding. He lost to Rocky Fielding.
Who lost to Rocky Fielding?
What's his name? John Ryder.
What?
but that was a contested. That was contested because I think Rocky Field, and I think he comes from Liverpool. Correct me if I'm wrong, people. And some people say that was the hometown decision. That was hometown cooking. So it's a loss on his record, but you know, some people say nah. He won that fight. Scrolling, Billy Joe Saunders. You're right. It was in 2023, September the 21st of 2013. Sorry, 2013. What was that? 10 years ago. Couple Box Arena. Okay, you're right. So it's the rematch. Does he win again, or does he right the wrong? Does John Ryder right the wrong? But yes, you are indeed correct. Billy Joe Saunders beat him unanimous decision over 12 points, 12 rounds. Yeah. So this is the get back.
What bothers me most about the article you read is the insinuation that Billy Joe Saunders won't take a pay cut to fight some. Billy Joe Saunders got that because he was fighting Canelo. I don't like when these fighters, because they fight somebody that allowed them to get a big payday, all of a sudden, that's what I'm worth. I'm worth $8 million. No, you're not.
Nope.
The belt you had was worth $8 million. You, on the other hand, by yourself, you probably not even worth $2 million.
There you go.
You know, so Billy Joe Saunders is not no $8 million fighter. The belt is worth that, and that's what you got for your belt.
Exactly correct. What we got here? Okay, I think we're gonna go with the main topic now. Okay, so let's bring down Billy. Where are we? We're on Twitter. Canelo Ryder. Let's go. Let's get the visuals. Right. Okay, that looks good to me. Let's go with that. Let's share that and let's discuss this. Where are we? Yeah. It's up on the screen now. Okay, we're good. All right. Before we go to that, let's see what's going on in the chat. Remember, folks, the poll is up. Who wins? Billy Joe Saunders or John Ryder? I like that fight, Con. I like Billy Joe Saunders versus John Ryder. I like it. I like that fight.
Yeah, I agree.
Billy Joe Saunders will feel he can do it again. Does he take this fight immediately though? As a slick southpaw versus another southpaw. Some people would argue slick in different ways. I don't think you could call John Ryder slick, although he's very good at what he does. But let's talk about this fight. Okay, so one thing I noticed with John Ryder is that he doesn't really employ the jab. He's more of a hooker. He's a hooker guy. But I think we've talked about it many times on this channel, on this show. The original wrap-up show, don't go for any cheap imitations. They're a mere figment of your imagination. We're talking about the show. Just hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, if you enjoy the content, please kindly do so. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and if you want to go the extra mile, hit that share button. Okay, so talking about, as a matter of fact, let me just have a quick look in the chat. Yeah, Franchon Cruz versus Savannah Marshall would probably headline the card now. Yes. Yes, that's a headline fight. That's a headline fight. Should talk about that fight also in a bit. Billy Joe could fight Beterbiev in that state. He most certainly could. He most certainly could. But who wins that fight? OMG. Okay. John Ryder. I think it's unfortunate. He has a lot of the fundamentals, but he doesn't use the jab. The jab, one of the most important punches in boxing. But John Ryder is jab averse. And when he did start to use the jab in the latter part of the fight, in the latter rounds of the fight against Canelo Alvarez, it worked very nicely. He added a dimension to his game. I don't know. I think he's been with Tony Sims, trainer Conor Ben. He's been with Tony Sims for quite a while. But it looks like they've just said, okay. It looks like Tony Sims just said, okay, that's your style. I'm just going to work with your style. But I think that's a mistake. You could add to his style. You could add to his style, add to his effectiveness. I would like to see John Ryder, who is jab averse, start to use it. Other than that, he was unfortunate. I think it was at the end of the second round that Billy Joe was quite even. But towards the end of the second round, when Canelo Alvarez kind of launched, I think it was a right smashed into the nose of Ryder, John Ryder, and the blood just started to pour down for the rest of the fight. That was horrible. Round 5 came along, and Canelo dropped John Ryder, and it looked like the end was nigh. They didn't finish him in that round. They thought they'd finish him in the next round. And Ryder said that he couldn't breathe during the fight. And it was, very believable. It was just, his nose was running like a faucet, like a tap, like a broken tap, just pouring out for the whole remainder of the fight. Couldn't blow his nose because then his eyes would have blown up, black eyes, and they would have shut. That's what happens when you got congestion in the nose like that, blood pouring out, and you blow your nose. Oh, it's the worst thing you can do. You can't do that. So it looked rocky for the whole of those middle rounds. And then, but after the 6th, 7th, 8th, he started to come to life. Start to find his stride. John Ryder fights on the back 6, second half of the fight. Slow starter. By the time we got to like 10, 11, 12, John Ryder was looking more comfortable. Indeed, according to my scorecard, John Ryder won the 12th round. I gave him the 10th round, the 12th round, and I gave him one of the earlier rounds. I think it was the first or second, something like that. So I gave John Ryder around 3 rounds. I heard some people say they didn't give him a round. Well, okay. It's open to interpretation. That was my interpretation. Canelo Alvarez, I watched it. I was up late. Well, no, I went to sleep early and then woke up in time for the fight. I didn't set the alarm. I said, if I'm up, I'm up. Woke up in time for the fight. As a matter of fact, I woke up for the co-main. That was an interesting affair. That got finished in the 11th by KO. Was it Kiko? No, it wasn't Kiko. Anyway, Canelo Alvarez, interesting performance. But to me, it was interesting that he didn't have, it seems like he got outworked in the 12th round by Ryder, John Ryder. So interesting affair. I was entertained. Iron Khan, your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a good fight. It was all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ryder's a very tough man, very rough man.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate his nose got broken so early because I would like to have seen him with a bit more energy.
Yeah.
You know, because if your nose is broken, you're not breathing, you're not getting enough oxygen. And from what I understand, Guadalajara already has an altitude issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's really high up. So it was a really good fight. John Ryder is a really, really impressive guy, really tough guy, and you know that's a good thing. You know, he didn't come there to lay down, and collect his check and get on TV and be like, oh, I fought Canelo and that's it. He came to fight. He came to win.
Yeah.
He wasn't good enough, but he came to win. So props to him. The main event was good. I really enjoyed the main event. The other fights were man. The Stevie Spark fight was a complete robbery. Terrible robbery. The other fights were okay, but the main event was all right.
Yeah.
I think Matchroom does generally a good job with Canelo fights. His entrances and all that.
Yeah.
Was on point. It's just interesting that certain fighters' name only get called when Canelo fights. Like nobody calls Charlo's name just normally. So as Canelo fight, oh Charlo. As soon as Canelo fight, David Benavidez. It's like them people don't get no publicity unless Canelo fight. So it means then, them people don't really have fans. Just that Canelo has haters.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate.
Yes, it is. It is. What's going on? Okay, so I have to ask the question. I said in my video on the subject, on the topic, I said in my video, I posed the question. I said, is he slowing down just a little bit? I posed the question and then I realized that it's a video. People are going to want me to answer the question. So I had to answer the question which I posed. And it's hard to say because if you say yes, then it looks like you're disparaging John Ryder. I don't wish to disparage John Ryder. I thought it was a marvelous performance. Extremely unfortunate that his nose got broken at the end of the second round. I mean, you just wonder. What could it have been if John Ryder didn't have to fight for 10 rounds with a broken nose? You just wonder. But I did note in the 12th round that whereas John Ryder had another year, Canelo Alvarez did not. And that prompted me to pose the question. And I had to answer the question. Is Canelo Alvarez showing signs of slowing down? Is he showing signs of slowing down? And in my honest opinion, all I can say is that in the 12th round, he didn't have that extra gear. Canelo didn't have that extra gear. Now, does that mean that he's slowing down? I don't know. But what I will say is this. What I will say is that if Canelo fights Bivol next, there is that picture. If Canelo fights Bivol next, I don't think it's going to go too well for him. And if my suspicion is correct that he's slowing down a little bit, just a tad, Bivol will expose that fact. That's what I'm saying. Your thoughts on the question, is Canelo Alvarez showing signs of slowing down?
I mean, by now he might be, sure. Canelo has fought how much fights now, Rafi? Like how much fights does he have on his record now?
Oh, it's over 60.
Yeah, I mean, Canelo might not be an old man, but in boxing years, that's an old man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like in basketball or football, you could be just 30 years old, a young man in normal time, but in football age, you are ancient because you probably been playing football since, like serious football since in like early teens.
For real.
So Canelo Alvarez in boxing years is a really old man. So I don't see an issue with him being in decline. That's just a natural progression of things. And he doesn't exactly fight a style that is friendly to aging. He fights an offensive style. He's not some defensive wizard like Floyd and who is extremely defensive first. He is mostly offense. So
for real.
Yeah, I mean, he really might be in decline, but his decline might still be better than most people in the sport right now.
For real.
So saying he's in decline, that don't mean I pick Jamal Charlo on him to beat Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's just that his height, his absolute peak was so much that now he's in decline. You still can't beat him because he was that, you know, that dominant at his peak.
For real. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I share that sentiment. What's the poll saying? Been up 28 minutes. I'll leave it up another couple of minutes just to round it off to the half hour. As a matter of fact, I might just end it now. Why not? While it's fresh. 100% of respondents have come back in favor of. Question was, what was the question? There it is. Who wins? Billy Joe Saunders, 0%. John Ryder, 100%. I think that makes for a good fight. Will Billy Joe take it? Will he feel he's ready? After 2 years out of the ring, he's going to take that fight. That's going to be a nice money fight. That's going to be a nice touch with Billy Joe Saunders. Beat him once, he's going to do it again. He's going to try and fight him again. That would be a nice touch. And I think people will be open to watching that fight. The next question is, we've closed that poll now. What's going on? There it is. There's the result of that poll. But the question is now, Canelo versus Bivol, probably in September. Yeah, it's very conclusive. Billy Joe Saunders has been inactive for too long. It's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for a boxer of his style. The question is, do you think he'll take that fight straight off the bat? Do you think he'll go for a fight like John Ryder straight off the bat? I think he would, because he fancies himself as a slickster, you know, the Southpaw slickster. I'd watch that fight. No problemo. But the Bivol rematch. I say don't take that. Well, he's already fought him once. I can't say don't take the fight. He's going to fight him again. I have to give Canelo his props for bravery, going up, going down. I have to give him his props. I know there's historical weight draining issues. I know there's some donkey meat issues. Contaminated donkey meat, but that's not good. There's clenbuterol. That's not good. But I got to give him his props. For taking on the challenges that he's taken on. But I've got to ask the question: who wins? Question mark. Who wins? Who wins? What are your thoughts on Canelo versus Bivol 2? And Kong, and who wins?
It was the same thought I had for the first fight. Dimitri Bivol will win the fight. When I had people telling me, "Oh, Bivol ain't Canelo," I said, "Look, watch Dimitri Bivol put an absolute beating on Canelo."
Yeah.
That's why I said Dimitri Bivol is the best 175-pounder in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? It's the same thing. Dimitri Bivol is going to put another spanking on Saul Alvarez. It's not that Saul is a bad fighter. It's just that Dimitri Bivol has a particular type of fighting style that is not conducive for Canelo. It's just not. And I respect Canelo for saying, I kind of respect it, but I understand why he do it too, where he kind of figures Dimitri Bivol might beat him, so he doesn't want to come down to 168 and take his belts, right? But he also has a point that because people already started saying when Bivol was saying he'll come down to 160, Canelo's going to weight drain Bivol. Dimitri Bivol has been saying for years, even before Canelo went to 168, that he would come down to 168 to fight Callum Smith. That's when Callum was the WBC. No, he was, what was he? WBC champ? Whatever he was. WBA. He came down. He's saying he would come down to fight Callum. And then when Canelo was looking for an opponent, when the Caleb planned for it, Bivol said he can make 168. He wants an opportunity. That was before he got, and the fight at 175. So people will always find someone to hang their own Canelo's neck, even if it was Bivol that demanded to come down to 168. So Canelo is two things. He's hedging his bets. If he goes to 175 and loses, he lost to a bigger man in his weight class. Respect for that, whatever. And also, he is correct that people would mourn if Bivol comes down. But he also knows if Bivol comes down and beat him at 168, what does that say? Right? So I don't have an issue Canelo wanting to go up. And I don't have an issue with Bivol saying, I want to come down because I want a shot at undisputed. What's interesting, though, Rafi, is that Mauricio Suleiman has said he would refuse to sanction Beterbiev versus Bivol because Bivol is the Russian. And he will not allow any Russian to hold his belt. The problem here is Dimitri Bivol was not born in Russia. Beterbiev is the one who has closer ties to Russia than Bivol. My question is, would he sanction the fight between Bivol and Canelo at 168 for the WBC belt for undisputed? That's the question. Because both of these fights involve a WBC belt for undisputed and Dimitri Bivol. So he won't sanction Beterbiev versus Bivol, but he would sanction Canelo versus Bivol? Nonsense.
What's the logic behind that?
The logic is Canelo could do what he wants. Right? Suleiman will do anything for Canelo. Anything. Right? When I hear Suleiman talk about he not gonna sanction any fights with any Russian athletes and all that. I said, but you have Beterbiev as your champion. Just because Bob Arum says Beterbiev is a Canadian now doesn't make it so. The guy was born in Russia, has ties with Russia. As a matter of fact, with the Chechen leader, I forgot his name.
Yeah, I don't know it.
Right, I forgot his name. I think it's Ramzat something. Anyway. Beterbiev has very close ties with that man, travels there often. Dimitri Bivol, on the other hand, I don't even think he was born in Russia. I think he was born in, is it Kazakhstan he was born?
Oh, that makes sense. Kazakhstan. The same place as
No, he was born in Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, Kurdistan.
Kyrgyzstan. He's a Kurd.
Kyrgyzstan.
So
Toma.
He wasn't even born in Russia. But he's being tagged with the Russian brand. And Beterbiev is not. It's just nonsense by Suleiman. I don't know. It's just foolishness.
Yeah. Suleiman playing his games up to his games. Where's that thing I just found? Oh yeah, that's Bivol. That's Bivol and his Kyrgyzstan. That's up on the screen right now. Yeah, Kyrgyzstan. So that's that with the antics of Suleiman. I think he was in the co-main event that was around where one of the cats got knocked down, but it was ruled a slip by the referee.
Really?
Suleiman kind of intervened at the end in the break at the end of the round, in the break and called the referee and said, no, that was a knockdown, not a slip. Not knockdown, not a slip. We looked at the video replay, and that was a knockdown, not a slip. You need to correct that.
So Suleiman was talking to the referee while the fight was going on?
Suleiman called the referee over after the end of that round. I forget the cats who were fighting, forget their name, and called him over and said, no, that was a knockdown, not a slip. And you need to correct that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And the referee at the start of the next round, called a timeout. And then he said it went to each judge in each corner and said, no, that I made a mistake. I said it was a slip, but it was a knockdown. So you must score that round accordingly. And he went to each judge and said, we looked at the video replay. That was not a slip. That was a knockdown. You must rescore that round accordingly. And so now all of a sudden, we have a precedent set by WBC president that now all of a sudden, apparently, even though there's no video replay in boxing, apparently now there is video replay in boxing.
I've never heard of a sanctioning body president instructing a referee.
It's crazy.
I've never seen that before.
It's crazy. Let me look for it. Mauricio Suleiman. Suleiman calls video replay. Video replay. Let's see if it comes up. Mauricio. Let's have a look. Mauricio Suleiman, WBC. Called video replay. WBC to test video replay. No. It's not come up. Well, let me try that. Mauricio Suleiman. Nothing's come up. Don't tell me Mauricio Suleiman has suppressed this. I don't know how this isn't a story. Maybe I should have done a video on it. Maybe I should do a video on it. Let's try that in Twitter. Let's see if it comes up in Twitter. No results. Okay, I'm gonna probably have to do a video on that. Can't get that intel right about now, but it's certainly worth a video. Okay, let's have a look.
I get what he's saying.
Yeah,
but then that's a promoter, right? Not the sanctioning body president pointing at the referee, telling the referee what to do. Hey, what is Suleiman doing? Get out the way, fat man.
It's not in the rules. I don't know how he's making that shizzle up on the go. It's unconstitutional with regards to the rules. I'm sure interfering with the fight, but you know how the WBC, how they do. Seems like they make up the rules as they go along. You know, so he can do it, but who's going to tell him he can't do it? It's the WBC. It's kind of cowboyish. Not a good look. I thought people to make videos on it. Seems they ain't done it. Maybe that's up to me to do it. Top rank do that a lot too. They check the cameras and change some KD knockdowns. Sometimes they only do it to help top rank fighters. They don't check if it's not a top rank fighter. That's some weirdness. That's weird and unconstitutional. That's some weird shizzle for show. I don't know. It certainly ain't good. It's either a rule or it's not a rule. It's a rule or it's not a rule. You can't be going up, flying by the seat of your pants, making up rules as you go along. It's crazy, yo. Okay. Let us, as we move. Where are we here? Okay. Had to talk about it. There's been a lot of controversy about it. What we got here? We got some people talking about the situation with Joshuabuatsi in a fight which I must confess I have not seen. I think I was sleeping when it was going on. I had an early night. Got up to see the Canelo fight. So I have not seen this fight in its entirety. But I am informed that it was not inspirational. Not inspirational. And as a matter of fact, do I have something? Do I have a clip? I think I do. Let's see if we can. What is that? That's not what I want. Let's have another look. Let's see if we can find some footage. Oh, there it is. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get it up on the screen. Where is it? Oh, okay. It's gonna play. I'm gonna move this onto. We have some footage of people exiting the building.
You sharing something, Rafi? I'm not seeing nothing.
No. I'm looking for some footage.
You say you have footage of people leaving the building?
I thought I had some footage. Yeah, hold on. I found it. Hold on. Not sharing that. I think last time we did this, I think it was a Coley. It's funny. He defected from Matchroom to Boxer and suffered a similar fate on his debut. But let's have a look at the Macaulay situation. Let's have a look. See if I can get all of this in. Okay. Let's see if I can share it. Yeah. Boom. There is. Boom. You got any? People going out. I think this was the 6th round, halfway through the fight, and people leaving the building. Very unfortunate. Apparently, it was an uninspirational fight. People not inspired. Buatsi with another performance which did not enthrall. Left Matchroom said he said the zone, not enough people are seeing him on the zone. Goes over to Boxer, and he's clearing out arenas. People are leaving the place to get to the pub before closing time, before last orders.
Look like somebody drop a stink bomb in there. Everybody cleaning up. Somebody cracked some rotten eggs in there, boy. People, boy, damn.
It's most unfortunate. I don't know if anybody in the chat watched the fight. I've only seen highlights. It was not an entertaining affair. It was not an entertaining affair. But now, Buatsi. I have something on Buatsi. Oh yeah, I have actually got something on Buatsi. Hold on. Let's see. Let's pull this up. Do you see the fight, Kong?
Bits and pieces. The little bit I did see, I just was like, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. This is a bad fight. This is just all around disgusting.
Yeah. What's this? Aaron Daly. I knew we could trust Aaron Daly to watch it. I was sleeping, man. I had an early night.
I would hope that what Buatsi said, that enough people not seeing him on the zone. I hope a lot of people didn't see him on this, because if they watched him on this, they're not gonna watch him again.
Aaron Daly.
I
watched it. It was a bull fest. Actually worse than Coley's last fight. Oh Lord, I watched the whole of that.
Lawrence Coley saying, "Oh, I thought it was a great fight. I thought it was a good performance." I was like, "Yeah, of course."
Coley said that.
Yeah. At the ringside, he was like, "Yeah, man, it was a good performance." I was like, "Bro, just shut up, please." Both of you left Matchroom to come to be these high-paid people over at Boxer. Both of their next fights, they are going to be the B-side. Buatsi, because he has said before this fight, oh, I want Dimitri Bivol next. Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, buddy. No, he can probably fight Dan Aziz. So you're telling me Dan Aziz is not going to be the A-side in this fight? Same for Lawrence Okoli. He's going to be the B-side as the champion.
Yeah.
Chris Smith. Oh, my God. Terrible.
It ain't good. What's Buatsi saying? Let's have a look. I declare to all disclaimers, I have not seen the fight. I watched a couple of minutes of highlights. Howdy TT alias kind of dropped a comment in I think the previous video. He said, Rafi, you're not covering this fight. Rafi was fast asleep, brother. Rafi was fast asleep. I was not expecting anything scintillating.
Rafi was getting some well-deserved rest.
Yes, I did not anticipate anything worthy.
I think if you had stayed up and watched that fight, you'd have been frustrated with yourself. You'd be like, you really stay up to watch this?
I mean, he's on in UK time, so it wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have had to stay up late. It was like about 10 p.m. But I still no.
Get the rest so you can wake up for Canelo.
Yes. That's exactly what I did. Got some good rest early, had an early night for a change. So yeah, I could get up for Canelo. No alarm clock. It just worked out perfect. I just got up for the co-main, wherever them two cats were fighting, and it was okay. But as for Buatsi, well, it was the co-main was okay. He was okay. There's a body puncher specialist. I think he finished it with some body shots. It was wicked to the body. But the Rafi loved that. The Rafi loved them body shots. Them. When they do it right, it's devastating. Kill the body and the head will fall. What's Buatsi saying now? Buatsi. I think I heard Buatsi. What did he say? He's already declined a fight with Bivol recently. That was the fight that while he was signed to Matchroom. That was a fight while he was signed to Matchroom, and I think he missed the trick. He missed the trick when he turned down that fight because we saw Anthony Yard take on fights before he was ready for them, and it's done him well. It's done him well. He took on the Kovalev fight before he was ready. But it did him well. He almost had Kovalev knocked out, but his experience level, it wasn't there. And instead of working systematically once he had the guy hurt, or is it just empty the tank? Empty the tank. Perhaps because there was suspicion that there wasn't much left in the tank. And that's unfortunate because if he were a bit more technical at that stage, if you were a bit more technical, you could have got some technical advice. Okay, don't empty the tank. Just do this thing technically. Just do this thing technically. He's open for the 1-2. He's open for the 1-2. Don't empty the tank. Conserve the energy and just go for the 1-2. Devastating 1-2. Slip and rip 1-2. It's a shame that technically maybe he wasn't at that stage to receive that advice. But he took that loss. His stock went up. And then he fought Bivol. A lot of people didn't give him a chance. I think I gave him a chance. I gave him a big chance. Not Bivol. Beterbiev. A lot of people didn't give him a chance. I gave him a chance. And he came out of that fight losing. But in doing so, his stock went up. He had Bivol rocked. To the socks. Had Bivol dancing all of a sudden. Bivol don't dance. Bivol was dancing around the ring to get away from the power of Anthony Yard. So in losing to somebody of a higher caliber than you, somebody who's like the top of the division, maybe the top fighter in the division in Bivol or Beterbiev, can raise your stock depending on the style in which you do it. If you do it like Yard, where you have the champ rocked and you're potentially seconds away from victory if you make some right decisions, like you did against Kovalev, like he did in his last fight against Beterbiev, your stock can rise. So Buatsi, in a similar situation, could have made some big money fighting Dmitry Bivol. It was on the cards. It was there. The contract was there for him to sign, and he declined. And I think that was a big mistake. Yeah, he would have lost, most likely. But he could have had a good payday and his stock could have rose. So I think that was a mistake on his part. Of course, I wanted to knock him out. The people came to see. There were lights, camera, action, said Buatsi. Lights, camera, action. What we saw tonight from Buatsi was a trial run for a title shot against Beterbiev. But style probably won't work unless the fight is staged in the UK and it goes the distance. The judges were very generous to Anthony Yard in his recent fight against Beterbiev. Yeah, I think there was a bit of controversy with that. Buatsi's talking about he liked to go in there with who did he say once again? I think it's Anthony Yard. I think he said he wants Anthony Yard.
Man, please, give me a break. You wanted Anthony Yard, you would have gone to BT with Frank Warren. That fight was easy to make. Nobody believed Joshua Boatsi. Nobody trying to hear that. You talking about Dan Aziz. Nobody want to hear that. You want to go after a prospect in Dan Aziz. Dan Aziz is somebody who just making the come up.
Yeah.
You have had it all. You was an Olympic bronze medalist or whatever you were. big selling with Matchroom, had every opportunity to be great. And basically, from our reports, Joshua Buatsi is the reason why Joshua Buatsi is not further along in his career.
Oh.
Our reports, he's his own problem. You know, seems to be lazy in his career. You know, and no blaming people. Oh, I don't like fighting or see me on Sky. Well, bro, you better hope nobody saw you in the last fight.
For real.
Because they're not gonna want to see you again.
For real.
It was walking out the stadium. It looked like 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of an NBA game, and the home team down by like 15, 20. And people just say, hey, gotta beat the traffic. Let's roll, Bridget. Let's roll. Let's go. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. We can't wait till the game done. We gotta roll.
Oh Lord.
Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
You're winning the fight and people walking out on you. Imagine that.
Shades of a Coley.
Oh man.
Shades of a Coley.
It's interesting though. Does that say more about Eddie Hearn's promotional ability, that he had people believing that these guys were something special? Or did they actually fight better with Eddie Hearn?
Well, I think are we looking at with? I think it's like a well-wrapped present. I think Eddie Hearn kind of dressed them up well. No, let's not say a present. Let's say it's a meal that's well dressed. Let's say something like that. So well dressed. The card is well detailed. They put some polish on it. You know, clean the wheels, give it a jet wash, put some of that tire black on it. You know what I mean? Make the tires look fresher. You know, give them a spray down. You know what I'm saying? The packaging, maybe it was better packaged. Maybe they were better packaged on the Matchroom. Maybe. Can't say a Coley looked scintillating. He had one. I ain't putting that up there, Tom. I ain't putting that up there. I think Coley had one scintillating fight when he switched over to Shane McGuigan, and then he kind of just fell back to type. And then he moved over with the Sugar Hill, Javon Stewart. And now it started a new process with a new trainer. But they're out there in the open market now, and you know, it can be cold out there. These guys are bought in as marquee names, but it's like that. It's like Ben Shalom, boxer, didn't really think it through. These guys don't draw flies. Let's tell it like it is. These
it also
guys,
doesn't help that Ben Shalom is a very boring fella.
He is.
I remember when that first come out, the whole thing was, oh, you know, we don't need a promoter. The fighter's gonna sell the fight themselves. You know, Ben doesn't have to do all that like Eddie did. That was when they had Adam Smith. So Adam Smith used to basically be the mouthpiece for Ben Shalom. If you remember, Adam Smith did most of the talking.
Yeah.
Right? Adam Smith is gone now and left Ben. And it's like, oh, you have like zero charisma. Zero. And you come off a bit shady. You know, so it's like, all right, okay, now people like Buatsi and them and Okoli and them have to now sell themselves, and they can't. That's how you know the role of a good promoter.
Yeah, because those cats, these cats, Okoli, Buatsi, let's be honest, these cats can't cut a promo video. They can't cut no promo video. You WWC, the WWF fans, whatever they call themselves now, you know, you will know the promo video when the wrestler gets in front of the camera and talks a whole heap or whatever he wants to talk, and it's supposed to boost the next fight. supposed to boost himself and the next fight. But these cats, to say they're low key, to say they're low key is an understatement. And that's where you need a booster. And that was what Eddie Hearn did. He boosted these cats. But now they're in the open market. They ain't got nobody boosting them up. They ain't got no Eddie Hearn. They ain't got no Don King to boost them and fortunately not rip them off. But yeah, they're there now in the open market. And Shalom, he ain't no booster. He ain't no booster. Maybe he'll grow into it. Maybe he won't. But that remains to be seen right about now. Nah, it ain't cutting it. These cats, they need to start producing. But I think what's going to happen is that they're going to put them. They're going to look very carefully at the matchmaking. And both Buatsi and Coley, they can look forward to some very, very stiff tests going forward, because Boxer, Sky, they're going to want value for their money. And as a matter of fact, rat-tat-tat-tat, it wouldn't be surprising to me now if the strategy is to look for people who can beat Buatsi, people who can beat a Coley. That's going to be the new aim. See if they can get some entertainment out of them. If they're in a life and death struggle. So that's going to be the new tactic. Buatsi, Coley, they ain't going to be getting no soft touches. As far if my prediction is correct. So yeah. What's this? Barbarum says Arthur Beterbiev versus Callum Smith will be in August. Montreal or Quebec. Canada being the adopted home of Beterbiev. Beterbiev versus Callum Smith. Okay. Callum Smith up to light heavyweight. And I do like Callum Smith better. At light heavyweight. I think he was draining himself, but he looks healthier. I think he looks stronger at light heavyweight, and I actually can see this fight. I think Callum Smith will go into this fight optimistic. Saw that Buatsi rocked Beterbiev, and I think Callum Smith's going to go into that fight thinking I can do it too, and I can go one better. So I actually will be looking forward to this fight. Arthur Beterbiev versus Callum Smith in August in Canada. What do I think? I like it. Who do I think wins? I still have the favorite as Beterbiev, but I'll put a few quid on Callum Smith. Long, rangy. He's going to be taller than Beterbiev. He's going to have a longer reach than Beterbiev, and he's going to go into this fight with optimism, purpose, and desire. Okay, poll's been up for half an hour. Who wins? Canelo versus Bivol. Think I'm gonna end it right now, and let's post up the results. Post. If Buatsi deliver good fights, you wouldn't need to talk nonsense. Yeah, Buatsi could apply for Buatsi or Coley, either one. What was this? Who wins Bivol? or Canelo? Canelo 0 point. Bivol 100%. OMG. OMG. What's this here? Okay, that's the next poll. That's the last poll of the evening. Who wins?
You're asking me?
No, I mean my question to you is who you got out of Arthur Beterbiev?
Arthur.
Callum Smith.
I think he's gonna work Callum Smith on the inside. Callum has shown that he's particularly vulnerable on the inside. John Ryder, Canelo, unless Buddy has been teaching him how to walk on the inside, or he has figured out how to keep people at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and not just the Joe Gallagher jab straight.
Yeah.
You know, or jab straight.
Yeah.
And unless he has more than that, Arthur actually moves pretty well for a man his age.
Yeah.
Callum is not known to be a fleet of foot gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
So I got Arthur winning by stoppage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the poll is up. Who wins, Smith or Beterbiev? It's the last poll of the evening. Iron Kong is going with Beterbiev via stoppage. He stopped Anthony Yard. I think it was in the 8th round, something like that. In the 8th round. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can Smith go 4 rounds past that? What am I going to go with? I think Beterbiev will win via late stoppage, around 10. But I'm going to put my money on Callum Smith because he's going to be the underdog. And however unlikely, that's where I'm going to put my money, on Callum Smith. But that's underdog. That's underdog for the underdog money. Smith getting Brock up. Says Tone. TKO 22 is up in the building. I think Beterbiev via stoppage 2. Yes. Like, subscribe, comment, share. Excellente. The poll is up. Who wins? Okay. Let's drop that down. Is there anything that I've tended to speak about but didn't speak about? Is there anything I wanted to cover that I have not covered? Might as well. It's been mentioned, so we might as well give our opinions on it. What's this here? No. Where is it? There was a comment earlier on. There it is. Franchon Cruz Dezern. We haven't talked about this yet. Franchon Cruz Dezern versus Savannah Marshall. We haven't talked about it, but let's talk about it as we come to the end part. Like, subscribe, comment, share. Saw them at some kind of face-off. Savannah Marshall is the taller fighter, is the longer fighter. She's going up against Franchon Cruz Dezern. Seen a couple of her fights. And if you're a betting man, listen keenly. Betting man or betting woman, listen keenly. Because what I'm saying is that Savannah Marshall, even though she typically competes at the lower weight category, she's got the length, she's got the height, she's got the range, she's got the superior technique. Yeah, she's got the superior technique. And even though she's tidier, I would wager that she hits just as hard as Franchon Cruz. I've watched Franchon Cruz fight, and believe you me, it is not, personally, no disrespect to the lady in question, but it has not been scintillating to the Rafi. It's not been scintillating, whereas when I watch Savannah Marshall, I like the way she does her work. I like the way she picks her shots. I like the way she creates the space. I like the way she comes in technically when she wants to finish a gal. When she wants to put a bitch on her back. She knows how to do that. Pardon my French. But I repeat, Savannah Marshall knows how to put a bitch on her back. And for that, I have to go with Savannah Marshall over Franchon Cruz. Cruz Dezern tends to walk in and tries to bully. Marshall gonna punch Cruz. She's gonna punch Cruz's weave loose. I think I saw an unfortunate clip where Franchon Cruz wig came off mid-fight, and a trainer was trying to give her training instructions whilst trying to stick the wig back on her head. Looked like something Dave Crockett would wear proudly. Davy Crockett. In the end, I think they just took that shizzle off and dashed it to one side, dashed it in the crowd. I don't know if it's on eBay right now. I don't know. Go and check your eBay links. Marshall needs to stick to boxing. Yeah, I think she will. That's what she knows. Yeah, I think she's gonna. I think it's gonna be a good fight, because one thing about Marshall, she's technically good, and so she's one of those ladies who you can sit back and watch a technical. And I would say there's only a few of them. I would say she's one of them ladies where you can sit back and watch a technical match. You can watch technical boxing, and I think I would rather watch Savannah Marshall than somebody like, what's the name of that woman who fought Baumgardner? What's that tall, skinny gal who fought Baumgardner? Lost to her. Whatever her name is, I think Savannah Marshall, she's one of the most technical gals. The lady who lost to Baumgardner for the championship. Oh, that's it. Michaela Mayer. Yeah, Michaela Mayer is one of the most technical female boxers out there. But I think Savannah Marshall is just as technical, but she trumps her, because Savannah has knockout combinations. It's not a one-punch thing. It's a combination thing. And that's why, for me, Savannah Marshall is the one I would rather watch. But Timothy Thomas up in the building, spreading some love, putting some color in the chat. It's much appreciated. Like a little bit of color in the chat. £1 for a tea, £2 for a coffee, £3 for a latte. If you want to go large, put a $5 in the kitty. Much appreciation to Timothy Thomas. Good evening, Mr. Dawkins and guests. Just back from the gym, hard session on heavy bag. Was the Buatsi fight a fight or a sparring session? Was trainer honest? Hey, I didn't watch it, my friend. I had a bad omen. I had a bad omen that it was gonna be a ball fest. So I got an early night so I could get up nice and fresh, or relatively fresh, and watch Canelo versus John Ryder fight. And I've been told that I made the right decision to miss the Joshuabuatsi fight. It's a good call. I'm told it's a good call. It was a glorified sparring session. OMG. Yeah, Michaela Mayer. That's who I was talking about. Timothy Thomas says Baumgartner can garden, can do his garden anytime she wants. Take some time off work just to supervise her. Even provide her with a suitable uniform to do the gardening. Yeah, I hear you. What we saying. I think we've done it, you know. I think we've done it. I don't think I've missed anything. We've covered everything.
What did you think about Eddie Hearn's signings over the weekend? Because he made some big signings.
Good point. I know about
Prograis.
Regis Prograis.
Andy
Cruz.
Yeah. So, you know, after the Olympics, right, when everybody was scrambling for Olympians.
Yeah.
People was like, oh, Matchroom didn't get the best ones, even though they got the British gold medalist.
Yeah. Whittaker.
Right? They got,
Ben Whittaker.
Some went to Pro Bellum. So, you know, Whittaker went to boxer. Eddie Hearn got the gold medalist. What's his name? Galal.
Yeah, Galal. Yeah.
Right. So, what boxer got the two ladies, Lauren Price and Artist Stong or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
They got Fraser Clark. They got Ben Whittaker. You know, they got Dubois. And everybody's like, oh, boxer got all the best ones over in America. Top Rank pretty much signed up all the Olympians. And it was like, people were like, oh, Eddie Hearn didn't get no Olympians. Cut to the Pro Bellum Olympians has now come to Matchroom.
Damn.
I think the Commonwealth gold medalist has come to Matchroom. Andy Cruz, who is probably the best boxer, Olympic boxer for this generation in that weight, is now in Matchroom. So you see what that means? Just keep your mouth shut, do what you do, good things will follow. Straight.
Do good
What's
business.
your opinion on them signings? Program Andy Cruz.
Eddie Hearn says Andy Cruz. Is this on my screen? Yeah. Eddie Hearn says Andy Cruz would defeat Haney and Shakur right now. I think that's a bit of a tall order. That's Eddie doing what he does, boosts his guys. He's an Olympian. It's quality. 2020 Olympic gold medalist. Now over at Matchroom. Big moves. And then, of course, Regis Prograis. You know, was in a neck and neck fight with Josh Taylor, who is about to fight Teofimo Lopez. Where is Teofimo Lopez's head? That's a question. That's a question. So Andy Cruz, Regis Prograis. Hey, that's some quality additions to the Matchroom, the Zone roster. Good business by Eddie Hearn. Very good business. Good signings. Just gotta do good business. Good business. Hearn lost the Beterbiev Smith purse. Yeah. One thing I've noticed with Hearn these days is he's not overbidding anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be throwing a lot of money like that. Doesn't seem to be dumping it around no more.
Nah. He's being sensible. He's lost a few bits.
Yeah, but even when he won the bid against Top Rank for Barboza versus Liam Paro, Rick Merrigan pulls out Barboza. Oh, the money's too small. But Top Rank bid even less.
Huh.
So if your promoter bids less, so what if Eddie Hearn didn't bid? Yeah. Top Rank wins the bid at that price. Would Barboza still have fought for that little bit of money? Come on, man. These guys are jokes, you know.
For real.
I think Eddie needs to hold up. Let's see Andy Cruz in the pros. Not all amateurs make great pros.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Because he had a good amateur in a guy called Danya Yelusinov at one point.
Okay.
And that guy was not the goods at the pros. He wasn't exciting. He wasn't, and then ended up just disappearing into the Kazakhstani steppes.
Damn.
No, back over in Kazakhstan. I don't know, chasing down sheep or something. I don't know. So not all great amateurs make great pros. So we'll see Andy Cruz. We'll see.
That's true. Exactly true. We're gonna have to wait and see. Very, very good prospect, gold medalist. Gonna look forward to. Hopefully, he's the goods, and he's gonna hopefully provide us with some good entertainment over the next coming years. We know what Reach's progress is. It does what it says on the tin. Looking forward to see what matchups Matchroom make with him. Called out a few names. Called out quite a few names. He wants Gervonta Davis. He wants the rematch with Josh Taylor. He wants all of the cats. He said he wants all of the cats. He wants to unify. So there's good times coming Matchroom way. And we've done it. I think I've got a poll up. We just got to close that poll now. Who wins? Callum Smith versus... I bet it takes a while to upload. I bet it takes a while to upload. I bet I'm going to have to reload my page to get the result. I don't know why. Every now and then it takes a while for the results to upload, but I got it now. Let's put that in the chat. That was our last poll of the evening. Let's paste that and show that. Okay, so the question was who wins, Beterbiev or Callum Smith? If you just joined us, then that fight is happening, I think it said sometime in August in Quebec or Montreal, Canada. And 14% of people said Callum Smith wins. 85% of the people says Beterbiev. Timothy Thomas asked, who said Smith? Hey, well, that's going to be my bet. I think Beterbiev stops him late, 10th round. But the money is going to be on the favorite will be Beterbiev. But if you want to make some money, you got to put some cheddar on Callum Smith. You may strike lucky. You got a 14% chance, a 15% chance of striking lucky. That's where I'm going to put my money. Is 150 million purse for AJ versus Wilder, as suggested by Warchazora, true? I did see something about that money. Let's have a look. This will be. Oh, it's up. Oh, I didn't know I was sharing. Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder could get 150 million each for December, says Derek Chisora. 150 each, making it 300 million pound fight. Do I think that's true? No, I don't. Could it be true? Yes, it could. Do I think it's true? No, I don't. I mean, that's a lot. That's a hell of a lot of money.
If they're gonna put up that amount of money for this fight, and what they normally do is buy the event and then sell it back. Well, how much the hell they're gonna sell that event for?
Jeez,
300 million just for 2 fighters alone. Well, how much is the undisputed fight gonna get?
Nah,
because from what we're hearing is all 4 of these people are gonna be on the same card.
Yes.
And if your 2 undercard fighters are getting $300 million,
yeah,
that means, and rightfully so, the undisputed fight, the main event, should ask for more.
Yes.
How much then would this event end up costing the person who's going to buy the event? That's
at least 600 million minimum.
That's a lot of money, Rafi.
That's 600. That's over $500 million. That's over $500 million for one card. No, it just don't add up. If it don't add up.
But boy, Rafi, old people here say sometimes some people got more money than sense, so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's an expression over here, more money than sense. But the Saudis, rich people don't really throw their money away like that, generally speaking. I don't care how rich you are, the richer you are. From my experience coming across certain rich people, they're very shrewd with their money. Very shrewd with their money. When I was a schoolboy, I had a weekend job at a hand car wash. I was working Rafi. The Rafi was working at a hand car wash on the weekend job in school. Used to go through this thing. They used to drive in. There was this jet wash thing that would spray with warm water, spray the car, the side, the top, the other side, the front, the back, and they'd drive in, they'd roll in. And then we would have these big troughs, 2 sponges, 1 in each hand, soapy water, and then we'd wash the top, wash the windows, wash the sides, and then wash the back and front, wash the wheels. Then it would continue through after we'd done that process by hand, 1 person each side. I'd always have a girl working there as well, to keep the Rafi entertained. And we'd wash the car, it'd go through, drive through another jet wash thing, and then it'd go through a blower. And then we used to wipe the cars dry with chamois leathers. So, people who wanted to spend more to get a better service, they didn't want to go through a machine. They said it gives little scratches on your car. They don't want that. They want the hand wash. So you had to pay more for that. So a lot of people with extra money than the average, driving better cars than the average. You used to get Ferraris, Porsches, top of the range Mercedes, Range Rovers. It was them kind of people who used to come through. And we found that the people with a lesser, who appeared to have lesser income on the lower end of the range, income range of customers, they're the ones who gave the biggest tips. You know, onto the top of the range cars, nah. They gave little tips. The ones with the lesser cars, they gave bigger tips. So I don't think the Saudis, even though they got big pockets, I don't think they're throwing their money away. I think it still has to make economic sense. So this 150 each for Joshua and Wilder, nah, I ain't buying it. What's going on? What's
Hey, I don't pick Wilder to win, but if Joshua gets slept, he gets slept. I'm trying to see this fight though, so yeah. I don't want nobody to come try and talk this fight out of existence. I don't care nothing about that. I want to see this fight. I pick AJ to win, but if he has to go to sleep for me to see this fight, then he just gonna have to take a nap. People cheated me out of the goddamn Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe fight years upon years ago. And I was upset because I told you, Rafi, Lennox Lewis is my number one heavyweight of all times.
Straight up.
That's my number one heavyweight. I respected Riddick Bowe. And then when that fight didn't happen for whatever nonsense, I remember I was like a mid-teenager back then, being pissed off because I remember seeing the dumping of the belt in a tin can or some nonsense it was.
Yeah.
People cheated me out that fight because I really wanted to see that fight. And I'm not trying to hear nothing. I want to see Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua fight. I don't care. Somebody need to go to sleep. They don't have to take a nap. Okay, I pick Joshua to win. I don't want to, because YouTubers have a way of talking a fight out of existence.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear that. Let's just encourage these people to make this fight so I could see it. Please.
For real. Bowe ducking. The Bowe ducking of Lennox Lewis was shameful. It was a shameful event in boxing history. Sad thing about that situation is that Bowe would have
Whoa.
Wishful thinking. You said it was shameful. Yes, it was shameful. It was shameful of Bowe. Chicken Bowe. He will always, even as great as a fighter, which he was, in my opinion, he will always be Chicken Bowe. How would you like that on your resume? Chicken Bowe. You don't run away from a fight like that. You don't say you want revenge for getting beat in the Olympics. You don't say you want revenge for getting beat in the Olympics and then throw your WBC belt in the garbage.
You know what's sad though? I remember, the whole build-up was, the whole Olympic, background between two of them. But I remember Riddick Bowe fought, was it a Cuban guy who beat him in the Olympics? And Riddick Bowe fought him.
Right.
What was his name? He fought was it a Cuban or Dominican Republic guy? Anyway.
Yeah.
He fought that guy, but then he wouldn't fight Lewis. And I was just like, back then I was heavily into boxing, right? I really like boxing because people around me used to watch boxing. And it's like, I watch people and things, back then, there was no social media.
Yeah.
But, when Bowe didn't fight Lewis, I was disappointed majorly. Big letdown. So I don't want nobody to start talking this fight out of existence. And it's nonsense. Joshua has said he is down. And from what I understand, Malik Scott said, Wilder is down. I don't want to hear nothing. We need to get this fight happening. This is a fight that is for this generation.
Absolutely. Bowe went life and death with Galata. He did. Bowe went life and death with Galata 2 times. Lennox Lewis went in there to fight Doctor and took that man out. Was in 2 rounds. He just obliterated the guy. But let's get the facts though. Let's get the facts. Let's get the facts and the figures. Let's get the facts and the figures. Where are we? What am I looking for? Is it? No, where is it? Where is it? I got something. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Life and death. Life and death. That's Riddick Bowe. Chicken Bowe. Big Daddy Chicken Bowe. 43 wins. 1 KO loss. I think that was at the hands of, wasn't that the hands of Evander Holyfield? Yeah, majority decision. So who knocked him out? Who KO'd him? Was it a KO? Oh, 0 KOs. Oh, it was a loss. It was a loss. He was never KO'd. Okay. He was never KO'd. Okay. It was the loss. That was to Evander Holyfield. Rode Galata. 9th round. He went 9 rounds with Galata. Won, and he only won because Galata got disqualified. That was the 2nd time. First time he went 7 rounds with Galata. And he only won because Galata was disqualified. Galata was giving Chicken Bowe one hell of a beating. One hell of a beating. Was it Jorge Luis Gonzalez you was thinking about, Cam? Jorge Luis Gonzalez.
That's him.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but back to Galata. Let's go to Galata. Andrew Galata from Poland. Let's have a look how he fared against Anthony Joshua. Hold on, what's his record? 41 fights, 9 losses, and 6 times he got KO'd. 6 times he got KO'd, and in comes the man like, well, I'll let him introduce himself.
Yo, Fight Doctors in the house on Rick James status, as always. Good afternoon, evening, gentlemen.
What's happening? The Fight Doctor. How you doing over there in Chi-Town?
Oh, it's looking up. The weather is improving. It's starting to warm up a little bit. It's all good over here.
All right. So what's this thing you're saying about Chicken Bowe?
So first and foremost, right now, I can't speak to what was going on inside of Bowe's head and why exactly he ducked Lennox Lewis. However, what I can say is this: up to that point, right? We're talking about, this is 93, right in that time frame. Bowe's resume was far superior to Lennox Lewis. Bowe had beaten better opposition and had handed Evander Holyfield his first loss. There's nothing to suggest, other than what happened in the Olympics, there's nothing to suggest that Lewis would have beaten Bowe. Bowe would have probably stopped Lewis. Remember, this is the pre-Emmanuel Stewart Lennox Lewis, who was a good fighter. All right, no question. And this is not to diminish Lennox Lewis in any way. However, Riddick Bowe, prime Riddick Bowe, the guy who beat Evander Holyfield the first time, that guy would have been more than enough. Would have been more than what Lennox Lewis would have been able to handle at that point in his career.
Which guy did you say? Which guy?
Prime Riddick Bowe, the Riddick Bowe who handed Evander Holyfield his first loss. That guy. I'm not talking about kitchen Riddick Bowe. No, I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about the fierce, in shape, 80-foot trained, prime, deadly, complete Riddick Bowe. That guy. would have been too much for Lennox Lewis
Well,
at that time.
Let me scroll down. Riddick, look, am I showing this? Am I sharing? Okay, let me scroll down to find out that Riddick Bowe that you're talking about. Evander Holyfield lost the guy lost to in that Evander Holyfield in 1993. That guy?
No, that's Kitchen Riddick Bowe.
Oh,
I'm talking about Prime Riddick Bowe.
oh,
That guy right there. That guy right there. 1992. That guy.
1992.
That guy.
So hold on. Was this the first fight in 92?
Yes, that's the first fight. Yes.
Okay. So 1992, he beats Evander Holyfield over 12 rounds. Then he TKOs Michael Dokes. TKO? What the hell happened there? What the hell happened there? 1 round. Then he beat Jesse Ferguson. This is the guy, Jesse Ferguson, who Mike Tyson said. I think Mike Tyson took him out in 1 and said I was trying to push his nose bone up in his brain.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Okay, so that's old Jesse Ferguson. No disrespect, Jesse. And then in 93. So
this is the infamous Fan Man fight.
Yeah, the Fan Man fight when the guy with the fan, the parachute or whatever. Yeah, the parachute as well came down and he took one hell of a beating ringside.
So that was actually a close fight. But Bowe, by this time, was clearly in decline. He was not the same guy he was in the first fight.
Hold on. So 1 year later, in a 1 year span, you're telling me that Bowe was no longer the same fighter?
Listen, I recall watching an HBO special.
Yeah.
Prior to the Holyfield rematch, they were doing an HBO special about Riddick Bowe, and I swear to you, the guy had a kitchen built in his bedroom. And wow. I am not even exaggerating.
What?
The guy literally had a kitchen put in his bedroom.
Wow.
And that's no exaggeration.
Wow.
So after Bowe beat Holyfield the first time, the wheels just sort of fell off.
Well, that's interesting.
And he lost focus. At some point, he parted ways with Eddie Futch. I think I don't know if Eddie Futch passed away or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But that relationship ended. Then he loses the Holyfield rematch. And then, from there, things just go south. He joins the Marines, and he flopped it. His career became a joke.
Who joined the Marines?
Riddick Bowe. He was having a problem keeping his weight down.
Wow.
But
you mean
Riddick Bowe
he trained with the Marines, you mean?
No, he joined the Marines, like literally. He signed up for the U.S. military, Riddick Bowe. I'm not exaggerating. I'm serious. 100% serious. That's what the guy did. His career just became a complete joke.
So
after beating Holyfield the first time.
After beating Holyfield the first time. Okay, so let's go to Lennox Lewis, because 1992 is the year you're talking about. Let's go to Lennox the Lion Lewis. Let's go down to 1992. Let's have a look at this. Let's go to 1992. Damn, how many times did Lennox Lewis fight in 1992? He fought Mike Dixon. There's that Atlantic City. Derek Williams, that's an English cat. Caribbean cat from England. Levi Billups, that's some American cat. That's 1992. That's 1, 2, 3. What's that? 4. 4 fights in 1992. Let's have a look. Levi Billups, Derek Williams, that's some local. Mike Dixon, that's some local man. 1992, 4 fights in 1992. Glenn McCrory, that was a local guy. Cruiserweight champion. Mike Weaver, 1991. Mike Weaver was a champion at some point. Lennox knocked him out in 1991. Gary Mason won via beat Gary Mason, a local guy, rest in peace. In 1991. So he had a good build-up. So that's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, Gary Mason. That's at Wembley. 16, Mike Weaver. He was a champion himself. Not at the time, but was a champion himself. That's 16, 17, Glenn McCrory, 18, Tyrrell Biggs, 19, Levi Billups. 20.
Hey, Nafi, I gotta jump off, my brother. Kids are getting rowdy. Gotta get something to eat. Fight Doctor, peace, my brother.
Peace to you, bro.
And like I said, brother, Fight Doctor, if Anthony Joshua need to go to sleep so I can see this fight, then he's gonna have to take a nap. I don't care. Sir. I want to see the fight, and I don't want no YouTubers jinxing the fight, talking nonsense. Just let the fight happen, man.
Yeah, we need to be talking this fight up, not down.
Yeah, definitely. Peace.
100%. That was the Iron Kong. Good to have him on. Iron Kong 26. He's got him on his own channel for sure. Go and check him out. But let me just count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, Mike Weaver, 17, Glenn McCrory, 17, 18, Tyrrell Biggs. Took him out in 3 rounds. Woo! Tyrrell Biggs fought Tyson as well. He was an Olympian too. What was that? 19, 17, 18, 19, Levi Billups, 20, Derek Williams, local guy, 21, Mike Dixon, 22, Donovan Razor Roddock, Jamaican fighting out of Canada. It's 20. What was that? 20? 21, Tony Tucker. Common opponent with Mike Tyson. Went 12 rounds. Better fighter than some give him credit for. Was that 21? Tony Tucker rocking the wet look back in the day. I was 21, I think. Frank Bruno, 22. WBC World Heavy. That was 20th fight. So, World Heavyweight Champion there. What's this here? Commonwealth WBC Eliminator for the World Heavyweight title. Shortly after this fight, Lewis was proclaimed the WBC Heavyweight Champion as Riddick Bowe refused to face him. So what was this? This was in 1992. 1992, OMG, October 1992. When you say that Riddick Bowe was at his prime and he ducked Lewis, ducked Lewis in 1992, and then he fell off. Whereas Lewis had already beat Tyrrell Biggs, okay. Mike Weaver, okay. Okay, so he hadn't really climbed to the highest of highs yet, but he got that belt, WBC belt, because
So Bowe put the WBC belt in the trash can where it belongs, mind you. But
Yeah.
So that fight was supposed to happen after the Riddick fight. But Bowe had other plans.
Yeah, Bowe had other plans to get as big as the Michelin Man. That was his plan. Terrell Biggs knocked down 3 times in the 3rd round. OMG. Donovan Razor Ruddock. It was personal. It's personal with Lennox Lewis. Two Jamaicans living abroad. Battle of egos. Battle of who's the baddest man in Jamaica, from Jamaica. Who was the baddest one? And that was a shootout. No quarter given. Just get in there and blast. Shoot it out. Lasted 2 rounds. Ruddock down once in the 1st round, twice in the 2nd. Shortly after this fight, Lewis was proclaimed the WBC heavyweight champion as Riddick Bowe, who went on to be known as Chicken Bowe, refused to face him in 1992. Lennox Lewis goes on, middle of 93, to beat Tony Tucker over 12 rounds. Tony Tucker wasn't no punk. He took, I think he took Mike Tyson 12 rounds as well. Let's have a look at that. It was a big fella, TNT, 6'5", 82-inch reach. That's some good dimensions for a heavyweight. Even now, decades later, that's some good dimensions. Who am I looking for? I'm going down. I'm looking for
the Tyson fight.
Mike Tyson. I'm looking for Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it's like 90, 89, 88, I think it was.
Mike Tyson, 87. Mike Tyson, 12 rounds, like I said. And who was the first person to take Mike Tyson to 12 rounds? Let's have a look. Let's go right back to the beginning. He was the first person to take Mike Tyson to the 12th round. I feel like it was Tony Tucker, but we're about to find James Tillis. That was 12 round. That was a 10 rounder though. Okay. So James Tillis took him the whole distance, but it was a 10 rounder, but it's still the whole distance. So yeah, honorable mention. Mitch Blood Green took Mike Tyson to 10 rounds. I forgot about that. Let's see. Jose Ribalta took Mike Tyson the full distance. Okay, it's a few more people than I thought. Oh, James Bone Crusher Smith. James Bone Crusher Smith was the first person to take Mike Tyson to 12 rounds, and that was in 1987. But I wasn't too far out. Because there it is. Tony Tucker took Mike Tyson to 12 rounds. So he's the second person after James Bone Crusher Smith took him to 12 rounds in 1987, March of 1987. Tony Tucker did it in August of 87. Pinklon Thomas in between. Look at them names, because Bone Crusher Smith was no joke. He knocked out Frank Bruno. He knocked out Frank Bruno surprisingly. Let's have a look. Let's give him his props. James Bone Crusher Smith. He was considered a journeyman. Lost multiple times. They brought him over as a journeyman, and he knocked out Frank Bruno. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, Bruno did have chin problems.
Well, he became world champion. So, yeah, became a very wealthy man. So if you got chin problems, you can still do that. That ain't no mean feat. Went on to beat Mike Weaver. That was probably a little bit after Weaver's prime. I don't know. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Frank Bruno. Tim Witherspoon won TKO. When was that? 86. Hey, James Bone Crusher Smith was no joke. Jesse Ferguson, Mike Weaver beat in 86. That could have been after their primes. Won via K. Damn, he beat him in the last round. OMG. Beat Frank Bruno in 84. In the 10th round.
I wonder who was up on the cards.
Who was up? I can't remember. I remember I watched the fight. I watched that fight, but I can't remember. I know it was competitive. I think Bruno was up on the cards, but it was a competitive fight though. It was a competitive fight. So remember the key point here, the key in all of this. We're trying to look at how Lennox Lewis was in 1992. Who's this? Oh yeah, Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis, 1992. Yeah, Lennox Lewis is just started to take on the top guys around that time. Donovan, Razor, Riddick. That's in 92. Mid 93, Tony Tucker. No joke. We just seen him. Went 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. I enjoyed that fight. I remember that fight. I remember watching that live. Then he beat Frank Bruno. WBC heavyweight championship fight. Yeah, beat Frank Bruno.
Bruno was actually giving Lewis all he could handle.
Bruno's fought well that day behind his jab. Fought very well. Oliver McCall. He lost to Oliver McCall in 94. Lionel Butler, Justin Fortune. He has some comeback fights. He took out Tommy Morrison destructively in 6 rounds, 6 out of 12. He had that great fight with Ray Mercer. Hell of a fight with Ray Mercer. Ray Mercer, as tough as they come.
Yeah, Mercer gave Lewis a good fight.
He gave him a good fight. Ray Mercer, you could hit him with a baseball bat in the head. He'd just keep coming. Oliver McCall gets his revenge. Henry Akinwande. A lot of people don't know. Camera angle doesn't show it, but Akinwande actually made Lennox Lewis touch the ground with a glove. A lot of people don't know that. If you watch the fight, you won't actually see him touch the ground with his glove, but you'll see Lennox Lewis disappear from the camera angle.
Yeah, in that fight, I just remember all the hugging that Akinwande was doing. It was ridiculous, that amount of holding.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And that's why he got disqualified, and rightfully so, because I thought that Lennox Lewis was like his long-lost brother or something as much as he was hugging him.
Yeah, and Akinwande should have turned his name to Huggy Bear. Should have changed his name to Huggy Bear for that fight. And Andrew Galata, who Bowe went life and death with. Lennox Lewis took it personal. Took a personal dislike to him. And when he does that, your life expectancy goes down dramatically. Your life bar goes down. Took out Andrew Galata in 1 round. Absolutely slaughtered him. It was like a slaughterhouse. Shannon Briggs, hell of a fight. Took him out in 5. Yeah, just look at the years. Look at the span. Look at the span. It's like it's not even close who was the better fighter. I mean, Lennox Lewis just, poops.
So now wait a minute, hold on. So now the question is not who is the better fighter.
It is.
No, sir. The question is who would have won had they fought at the time the fight was being proposed. Now, mind you, at the time that this fight was in consideration, Lennox Lewis had not yet synced up with Emanuel Stewart. Right. Now we all remember pre-Emanuel Stewart getting starched in 2 rounds by Mike Tyson's sparring partner. Yeah.
What? What did you say?
We all remember pre-Emmanuel Stewart, Lennox Lewis
Yeah.
getting starched, getting sparked
Yeah.
by Mike Tyson's sparring partner.
Oh, McCall.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Mike Tyson's sparring partner. That's who he was.
Wasn't that in South Africa? Or was that?
No, that fight was in Atlantic City, I think, or maybe Madison Square Garden. I don't remember.
It was.
But it was on this side of the pond.
It was Hasim Rahman who fought in South Africa. Okay,
correct. Correct. I watched that fight the night it was broadcast live, and McCall hit Lewis with the mother of all right hands. Yeah. He went down. He got up, claiming he was okay. But if you go back and watch that fight, Lewis was, at the time the ref stopped the fight, Lewis was leaning on the ref because he couldn't stand up straight. He was out. He was out on his feet. That was a good stoppage.
At that time, Riddick Bowe reportedly had a refrigerator installed in his bedroom. Make of that what you will. Or maybe you watched that film 9.5 weeks. You might wanted some icicles. A close hand. Bowe finished his career as a kickboxer. Yeah, he had a kickboxing match. That was embarrassing. Low blows. There were some low blows against Galata. What's going on? Bowe was clearly in decline 1 year later. Prime for
and that's actually essentially what happened. Bowe just could not stay focused. But again, go back and watch the first fight between Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe, right? Or look at like Riddick Bowe in the year or two leading up to the Evander Holyfield fight. Bowe was a beast. The man was a monster. Okay, he was the total package, a complete fighter. He could box, he could brawl, he had good defense, he could punch, he could do everything. Would have been a problem for Lennox Lewis, I promise. Yeah.
Andre Pennant says, who wins, Frank Sanchez or Jared Anderson? Well, that's awkward because it's hard to beat somebody you can't hit. And Frank Sanchez does everything to avoid that chin getting touched. But then if Jared Anderson touches it a few times, then Frank Sanchez would be in trouble. But I say it's hard to beat something you can't touch. So, Ike Abuchi, Francis Ngannou would be perfect to play Ike Abuchi in a movie. Yeah, but who's going to fund the movie, though? Who's going to pay for it? Sanchez, I haven't been impressed with Anderson. I thought you were impressed with Anderson. What's going on?
No. Jared Anderson, the real big baby. I mean, he's just been knocking over tomato cans. And I don't personally think he's looked all that impressive in doing so. So if Jared Anderson and Frank Sanchez were to fight tomorrow, I'm picking Sanchez, probably by knockout.
Okay.
I haven't been impressed with Anderson.
Yeah. Okay, hit me hard and it wasn't with a spoon. Who would have won between Evander Holyfield versus Razor Ruddock? I think Evander Holyfield is more polished.
Yeah, I think you have to. So in 91, the only thing Riddick Bowe had been known for at that time was knocking Michael Dokes out for 10 minutes and losing twice, once by KO to Mike Tyson. So yeah, I think you'd have to. In 91 Holyfield was a package. And it took a very special fighter to beat him. So I don't think that Ruddock was that guy. No. I'm picking Evander.
Yeah. Evander versus Razor. Evander versus Razor. Holyfield win 9th round KO. Yep. Very possible. I agree with Fight Doctor usually, but Lewis was better. But the timing they fought definitely played a part. Futch trained Bowe versus Carrera. trained Lewis. Yep. First one of the all-time greats. Career, not so much. Holyfield was a guts and blood version of Gatti. The guy was a warrior, guts and blood. Well, I think Holyfield for me was more technical. It's more technical than Gatti. But I do see, he had a load of guts, plenty of guts. What's this here? Bowe did not have good defense, hence the punch drunkenness. Holyfield
again, I would say go look at Bowe while he was under Eddie Futch.
Yeah.
Before he became distracted.
He was slick.
Bowe was a complete fighter.
Yeah, he was.
Right? Eddie Futch is on record saying that Bowe was the best heavyweight he'd ever trained.
It was the business. Bowe was the business.
Now, you have to understand exactly who Eddie Futch is and who he trained to understand the depth and weight of that comment.
Yeah.
When Eddie Futch says that Riddick Bowe is the best heavyweight he's ever trained, that's saying volumes.
Yeah.
Considering who Eddie Futch is and who he's trained in his career.
Yeah.
Okay. He trained Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
He trained Larry Holmes. And according to Eddie Futch, Bowe was better than both those guys.
Well, I will give you that in 92, Lennox was just hitting his stride. That's when he got the belt from the WBC belt from awarded the WBC belt after Riddick Bowe refused to face him. Well, that's when he's hitting his stride now. So, Donovan Riddick took him out in 92. Tony Tucker went 12 rounds with him, just like Mike Tyson did. The second guy to take Mike Tyson to 12 rounds. Beat Frank Bruno in a very competitive fight. In 7, knocked him out, or TKO, sorry. Oliver McCall lost to him in 94. Yeah, you have a good argument that Bowe was maybe at his best in 92, but then he fell off, and Josh and Lewis just kept on rising. Went 10 rounds with Ray Mercer, hit him with everything. Beat McCall in 97. Beat Aquande. Destroyed Kalata. Dismantled, knocked him out viciously. Shannon Briggs. Evander Holyfield. Draw. We know that he won that fight. Evander Holyfield again. He beat him this time. Michael Grant for the IBF. The the WBC. Grant down 3 times in the opening round. He destroyed him in 2. Franz Botha. You know that Lennox don't like that regime they had down there in South Africa, so it was personal again. Took him out in 2. 2000. David Tua. 12 rounds with a hard-hitting Samoan. Hasim Rahman lost to him in 2001. Comes back, that was in April, comes back in November and knocks him out in round 4. The Mandalay Bay, Vegas. This is 2002 now, fighting Mike Tyson in the Pyramid in Memphis. I had to search long and hard for somebody to put that fight on. This was after Mike Tyson bit Lennox Lewis on his thigh, inner thigh, scary shizzle. And then they had to go searching for a place they could put that fight on. And then, of course, he had his last fight. He was ready to retire. He'd beaten the last guy of his generation. He'd beaten him, was ready to retire. And got talked into, I think he had a fight scheduled, and then they switched it on him, and then in came Vitaly Klitschko.
So Lewis was originally supposed to fight Kirk Johnson.
Okay.
And I think Johnson got injured or ate his way out of the fight or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Maybe he got harpooned. Whatever happened, because he looked like a whale. But whatever the situation was, the Johnson fight, Johnson had to pull out of the fight.
Yeah.
And so if memory serves me properly, Klitschko was scheduled to fight on the undercard.
Right.
So instead of scrapping the whole card because Johnson got injured or pulled out of the fight, Klitschko stepped in.
Yes.
And I think it was like 2 weeks prior to the fight, something along those lines.
Yeah. That's right. And so Lennox thought, they're slipping the new guy in. They're slipping the new gen in. And it did turn out to be the new gen. But even though it was new gen, Lennox Lewis said, I beat him on his best day when I was at my worst. So at my worst, I beat the best of the new gen. And he cut Vitaly Klitschko to ribbons. Made Vitaly look like he'd been in an alley fight with Edward Scissorhands. He cut that boy up. Like a New York pizza. And he said, at my worst, I beat the best of the new gen. What we saying? What's going on?
So, in my opinion, Vitaly Klitschko, in fact, both of the Klitschko brothers are overrated, but especially Vitaly. I mean, who's the best heavyweight Vitaly has beaten? Shannon Briggs?
Well, we can look at that. We can all look at that together. Mahmoud Shah was his last fight. Derek Chisora went to 12, took him to 12. That was in 2012. Thomas Adamek, one of them European cats. Those these are the type of cats that Deontay Wilder kind of feasted on. Shannon Briggs in 2010 on 12 rounds. Kevin Johnson, journeyman, went 12 rounds. Chris Arreola went 10 rounds. But I think Deontay Wilder went something like 9 rounds with Arreola as well, though.
Yeah.
That was years later. Samuel Peter was good at the time. Vitaly took him out.
So wait a minute. So Samuel Peter is essentially known for getting a gift decision and beating an old, bloated James Toney. Okay. I mean, outside of that, Samuel Peter's career is like nothing.
Danny Williams, the English guy, took him out in 8 rounds. Corey Saunders,
the one-hit wonder.
Took him out in 8 rounds. Kirk Johnson, took him out in 2. Yeah, it's not. Listen, their reign, the Klitschko's reign, it wasn't the peak of it. It came after the peak at that time of the heavyweight division. Their reign came after that.
Here's the problem with Klitschko, the elder, is that at the time he was in the ring, you still had a lot of legends of the heavyweight division floating around. And somehow this guy, outside of Lewis, didn't fight any of them. Evander was still fighting. I remember James Toney calling this guy out. Okay. Larry Holmes was still around. You had a couple of other, legends who were floating around in this time period. Like, I mean, let's go back. So Lennox Lewis. By the time 2003, how many fights did Klitschko have going into the Lewis fight? He was about 40 fights in, 35 fights in, maybe.
Maybe 30, maybe 30 fights in, 35, maybe 35.
So we're talking 2003, which is essentially the end of the second golden age of heavyweight boxing, which was the 90s. And during the 90s, you had a lot of good heavyweights. All-time great heavyweights in the ring during this time period. Somehow, this guy managed to not fight any of them outside of Lennox Lewis.
It's a bit like Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, well, okay. I'm going to give you that. Okay? So my question is, how?
Well, it's 2003. 2003, we're looking at Lennox Lewis's record, right? So 2003, Mike Tyson was gone. 2000. When did Lennox fight Mike Tyson?
That was 2003.
Oh, okay. So that was
2002.
Okay, so Mike Tyson's finished.
Right.
Mike Tyson's finished. So Klitschko can't get.
Now, to be fair, Tyson was done long before.
Well,
listen. I personally make the argument that Douglas finished Tyson.
Lewis is older than Tyson, so let's get that into perspective. Lennox Lewis is a year older, or 10 months older, or whatever, or 4 months older than Mike Tyson. So let's get that clear. People saying Mike Tyson was way past his prime. Okay, fair enough, but they were the same age, or Lennox was slightly older. So we have to get that in perspective. Okay, Hasim Rahman. This is Lennox Lewis who beat him in 2001. Okay, Hasim Rahman was around. He was around. David Tua was pretty much the end of his career. Well, no, maybe Tua was around for another few years. Okay, so fair enough.
Yeah, but when Lewis fought Tua was at his peak.
Okay,
that was actually a very good win for Lewis.
Yeah,
because at that time, Tua had only lost to Buatsi in a very good fight.
Yeah,
a very good fight, in a very competitive fight, and Tua got Buatsi when Buatsi was at his best.
Yeah,
and there's actually no shame in that loss.
Yeah.
But again, another guy that neither one of the Klitschko sisters managed to fight. Okay.
Well, that's the question. Who would have won Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe in 92? Yeah, that's the question. And what we're looking at their resumes, and 92 was when Lennox came of age, and by 93 Riddick Bowe had fallen off. So Lennox came of age in 92, and Bowe fell off in 93. So interesting fight. One guy's coming of age, one guy's about to fall off the edge of a cliff.
In 92, Bowe would have handled Lewis, no question.
The records tell us that Lewis was coming of age at that time. He came of age in 92, and Riddick Bowe was that could have been his peak year. So it then comes down to skill set and heart. Skill set, Riddick Bowe, highly skilled. Lennox Lewis, highly skilled. You'd have to say the slicker, as an argument, say the slicker of the two at that time would have been Chicken Bowe, but in the heart department, there was no comparison. There's no comparison in the heart department. Then Bowe had the heart of a chicken. He had the heart of a chicken, he had the heart the size of a chicken. I'm not saying he was chicken, but in comparison to Lennox Lewis's heart,
So
there was no comparison in the heart department. No
comparison. Now, hold on a second. Now, wait a minute. Hold on.
No comparison.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Bowe gave Lennox Lewis. I'm sorry. Bowe gave Evander Holyfield a tougher and was more dominant over an all-time great at his prime than Lennox Lewis was.
But Lennox Lewis never lost to Holyfield. Bowe did.
Riddick Bowe never lost to Mike Tyson's sparring partner.
Well,
that argument actually works both ways, sir.
Riddick Bowe never lost to Mike Tyson because he never fought him.
So now, wait a minute, hold on a second. No, in terms of losses, Riddick Bowe has only one loss, and that is to a legitimate all-time great heavyweight.
Yeah, but he only had a tiny career in comparison to Lennox Lewis. If you fight after enough.
Wait. How many fights does Riddick Bowe have? Riddick Bowe has 43 fights.
He had a tiny time at the top, tiny in comparison to Lennox Lewis, tiny. And let's not forget how he got bamboozled, how he got mugged in an alley, two time.
And let's not forget
by Andrew Galata from Poland.
Let's not forget that Riddick Bowe has a stoppage win over Evander Holyfield, who took Lennox the distance twice and arguably won the second time.
Absolutely not. He lost 2 times. He lost the first time when they gave it a draw, and he lost the second time when they finally gave Lewis his due. What year you're looking at now? 2000. Look at this 2000 David Tour, Hasim Rahman, 2-time Mike Tyson. Come on, look at the way he finished his career. Look at the way he finished his career with Mike Tyson and the best.
Wait a minute, okay, now let's talk about how Lewis finished his career.
The best of the new gen in Vitaly Klitschko. Come on.
Wait a second.
Who does that? Who?
Lennox Lewis finished his career.
Champion. Which heavyweight champion?
I'm going to be fair to Lennox Lewis, okay? I'm going to be fair to Lennox Lewis.
Which heavyweight champion finishes their career fighting the best of the new gen?
What? I thought we just talked about Vitaly Klitschko and how this guy is overrated.
Well, he's the best of the new gen. He reigned.
Again, Vitaly Klitschko, his best win is Shannon Briggs.
Well,
prove me wrong. Let's go back and look at his resume. Who is he beat?
We ain't going back and forth, my friend.
He lost to the 2 best heavyweights he faced by knockout. Vitaly Klitschko.
Who was the 2 best heavyweights he faced?
Chris Bird and Lennox Lewis. Lost to both of them by knockout.
Well, he was.
Wait, hold on a second. Now let's finish.
He was the
let's
best
finish with dealing with Lennox Lewis.
Reign for the 7 years.
Let's finish dealing with Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis finished his career looking like an old man. He looked like an old man in the Klitschko fight.
Oh, really?
Okay?
Did he look like an old man? Did he look like an old man against Mike Tyson?
He looked like a scared old man against Mike Tyson. Yes, he did.
When he beat Mike Tyson from the first round to the last.
First of all, we need to clear something up. Lennox Lewis did not beat Mike Tyson.
Lennox Lewis beat Mike Tyson people have to watch that fight from behind the sofas. It was such a bad beat.
Can I make my point, please?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. Lennox Lewis did not beat Mike Tyson.
He battered him.
Wait, let me finish.
You're going to say Mike Tyson beat himself.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Lennox Lewis beat the shell of what used to be Mike Tyson.
But yet
Lennox Lewis beat the ghost of Mike Tyson.
But yet he's older than Mike Tyson.
He beat the apparition of Mike Tyson.
But yet he's older than Mike Tyson. How'd that work?
Buster Douglas finished Mike Tyson, and the little bit that was left after the Douglas beating, prison effectively killed off.
Should have preserved him.
Tyson was never the same after coming out of prison.
How long was he in prison?
What, 2.5 years?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Okay. And Mike Tyson was a dead man walking in the Lennox Lewis fight. Just go back and watch the fight. Tyson had nothing. Tyson didn't even have one round. He had like 30 seconds, a minute and a half of one round. That's all he had against Lewis. The first hard right hand that Lewis landed on Mike Tyson fight was essentially over. It took Lennox Lewis 7.5 rounds to finish off what he should have been able to knock over in 2 rounds.
You know that Lennox kept him up, right? You know that Lennox kept Mike Tyson up so he could give him a beating that no one would ever forget.
And 2 fights before the Mike Tyson fight, what happened to Lennox Lewis? What happened? Let's go back and check the record. 2 fights before the Mike Tyson fight. What happened?
I like to think you know what you're saying.
Okay, let's look at the record.
Well,
I want to make sure that I'm being accurate.
You know
I want to give credit where credit is due.
Let's look at the record.
So let's look at the record. What happened? What happened to Lennox Lewis 2 fights before the Mike Tyson fight? Hasim Rahman 2.
Was that in South Africa? Was that in South Africa?
No. That's Vegas.
Oh,
go back. Okay. Rewind one more fight.
All right, something went wrong and he lost that fight. I think.
Yeah, let's no. You're scrolling the wrong way. Here, scroll up.
Like a
you can do it. You can do it. Go ahead, just scroll up one more fight. You can do it.
One more fight.
Sir. Yep.
Mike Tyson. There you go.
You're scrolling in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Oh, you mean scroll down?
Scroll down. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yes, sir. There we go.
What about it?
Yep.
What about it?
Yeah. I think it says what it says.
What? David Tour? He beat David Tour in 12 rounds?
I'm not talking about the Tour fight, sir. No.
Talking about Hasim Rahman?
I'm talking about South Africa.
Okay. What? South Africa?
Yeah. What happened there?
Hasim Rahman?
Yeah. What happened there?
Hasim Rahman?
Yeah. What happened there?
You could just come off the filming of Ocean's 11. And so he didn't take the fight seriously, and then he went to South Africa. He went to South Africa to fight at altitude, but he didn't give himself time to adapt to altitude. So he was on a loser.
I must apologize. I did not bring my violin.
Yeah. No, it's not a problem. You don't need violin because what happened? How many months is that? April, May, June, July, August, September, October. What happened 6 months later? He took out Hasim Rahman at the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino in the heart of Las Vegas, and he knocked him silly. He knocked something loose. Hasim Rahman was snoring in the ring. He should have brought a pillow and a sleeping bag. Mans was snoring. So I don't know why you brought me back to Hasim Rahman when Lewis put him in I don't want to say.
So
I don't want to say a coma, but let's just say a very deep and comfortable sleep.
So the point that I'm making is
and this is 9 years after, and this is 9 years after Riddick Bowe's prime. And Lennox Lewis is knocking out Tyson Fury and knocking out the best of the new gen in 6 rounds.
So the point that I'm making here, sir, is that Lennox Lewis finished his career looking like an old man, which he was 38 years old when he fought Vitaly Klitschko.
He looked like an old man, so what the hell did Tyson Fury look like?
But the point is, Lennox Lewis finished his career looking like an old man. Look, that performance he put up against...
He cut him up like Edward Scissorhands, and there's a reason why fighters retire, because they know that they've come into the end of the road, and the intelligent fighters like Lennox Lewis, like Marvin Hagler, I say no. I've come to the end of the road. Marvin Hagler wouldn't afford Sugar Ray Leonard, but his handlers, to me, they advised him to do it, go for it. But to me, they just wanted a paycheck. They just wanted that last paycheck. But Marvin Hagler's heart wasn't in it. He wanted to retire for some time previously. The Leonard fight, they thought that had come and gone, so he'd already checked out mentally. But so you saying that Lennox Lewis looked like an old man at the end of his career, when he's beating up, when he's knocking people out left, right, and center? Hey, that's your prerogative, my friend. But you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. We know what we saw. We saw a Lennox Lewis who took out on his last fights, took out Hasim Rahman. 4-round brutal. It's hard to find a more brutal KO. One of the most brutal KOs of all times. Mike Tyson, a legend of the game, took him out in 8. Vitaly Klitschko, the best of the new gen, took him out in 6. That, my friend, is almost unheard of for a man to fight at that level, fighting them guys to finish his career at that level. Come on now.
So
baby, come on, baby, come on,
Rafi, I'm not quite sure we were watching the same fight, but I distinctly recall.
Let me just do a disclaimer. I don't eat mushrooms, my friend. So we definitely were not watching the same fight. You were probably watching that fight on your roof. Probably had a little mirror in your hand to reflect downwards, another mirror reflecting on the TV.
I was in a hot air balloon, okay? Sky high. But look, that's beside the point. The simple fact of the matter is this, okay? I distinctly remember the last round of that fight, Lewis flopped down in his stool looking like he was completely out of it.
Oh, well.
Let's not forget, Lewis was down on the cards.
Which card? Yeah, possibly.
And had it not been for those cuts, who's to say what would have happened?
For those cuts, was that like saying, had it not been for the knockout punch? Come on now. You can do better than that. Come on now. But the point that I'm making is that Lewis looked like an old man in the Klitschko fight. Who invented the jab and grab? Was it Klitschko or was it Bowe? Well, jab and grab's been working for a long time, my friend. A long time in boxing history. You're gonna have to go way back for the inventor of that technique. I strongly disagree with those who said Lennox ducked to Tyson in his prime. Actually, it was Tyson who ducked Lennox in his prime. It was Tyson who paid Lennox.
No, sir. That is not true. That is not true. Lennox Lewis was never in contention for Tyson's title.
I'm pretty
Lennox Lewis turned pro in what, 1989? 1990?
Yeah.
Around about the same time that Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas. So Lewis was never in contention for Tyson's title.
I'm pretty sure that at some point Mike Tyson paid Lennox Lewis step-aside money. There's no doubt in my mind. I know that.
So the question is, Tyson ducked Lewis in his prime. Tyson's prime was 88 to 90. That was Tyson's prime, right? So by the time that Tyson was ending his prime, Lewis was just turning professional. So the idea that prime Mike Tyson ducked Lennox Lewis is ridiculous. Never happened.
All I know is that Mike Tyson paid Lennox Lewis some step aside money at some point. That's all I know. I don't know what year it was.
That was 96 when Tyson fought Holyfield.
Yeah.
For more money, mind you.
Yeah, that's right.
So this is post Buster Douglas, post prison Mike Tyson. Prime Mike Tyson was dead and gone when all this happened.
Well, it's funny because we got Lennox Lewis outlasting Bowe easily. You know, Whack MC's only lasting one season. And then we have Lennox Lewis outlasting Mike Tyson. But yet Mike Tyson's younger than Lennox. So it looks like Lennox with his long come up. I mean, fought like 15 fights, just learning fights. Then from 15 to 20, he had some high caliber guys sprinkled in there. And then from 20 onwards, then he was dealing with the high caliber guys. So it looks like he was nurtured beautifully. They paced him beautifully because he outlasted everybody else. He outlasted his peers. And then finished his fight, knocking out Hasim Rahman, knocking out Mike Tyson, and then TKOing, cutting Vitaly Klitschko to ribbons. And disposing of a Galata, who Riddick Bowe just didn't have the heart for it. Riddick Bowe at that point didn't have the heart for it. He took He took Riddick Bowe was crying. He had Riddick Bowe crying, reeling on the ropes, trying to get the referee to stop the fight. You should be you come on. I don't want to call him Chicken Bowe. But come on now. Anybody watch those Galata fights say, what is this? He was in an alley, a street fight. He was in a street fight and he didn't want none of it. He was, but where's Lennox Lewis? So Lennox Lewis just said, oh, you want to do it like that? Well, I'll be more than happy to accommodate you. Hold this, hold that, hold this, hold a couple of these, and took Galata out within a couple of minutes. Took Galata out in a couple of minutes. A man that Riddick Bowe who had Riddick Bowe crying in the ring, trying to get the referee to stop the fight, crying in the ring two times. And Lennox Lewis just outlasted his peers. Bowe didn't have the discipline. Listen, Bowe was a beautiful fighter at his peak. Yeah, Bowe was a beautiful fighter at his peak. But then that's only a part of it. You got to have the discipline. Bowe didn't have the discipline. And when things went rough for Bowe, what did he do? He folded. And he wiggled his waist and he looked at the referee for help. Nah, man, you can't compare Riddick Bowe. You can't really compare his heart with that of the Lionheart, Lennox the Lionheart Lewis. You can't compare the heart. As talented as Bowe was, he had a few things missing: discipline, and to pick himself up when the going went really rough, when the cards were stacked against him. Look at Lennox Lewis in his last fight. The cards were stacked against him. Late replacement, the king of the new gen, about to ascend. And what did he do? Came back from behind.
Wait. Hold on a second.
You said it yourself. He was behind. Lennox Lewis was behind. You said it yourself.
I take issue with your categorization of Klitschko as the quote-unquote king of the new gen.
Well, he was. Really? He went on to be the king of the new gen.
By beating whom? Who did he beat?
Women's Live numbers.
Okay, who did he beat? Vitaly Klitschko to become the quote-unquote king. Who did he beat?
He reigned for 7 years, man. He reigned for 7 years, so he was the king of the new gen.
So then you should be able to answer my question.
Well, I'll ask you Klitschko by saying, was there a Klitschko era, yay or nay?
I don't know. Was there? I'm still conflicted on
this. There was a Klitschko era.
All right, so if you mean Klitschko era in terms of plural, as in tag team, the two of them dominated, then yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, the two of them dominated.
Yeah, but that would be a first in boxing history where you are dominant, but you share your domination with another fighter.
Well, that's what happened.
Because that's what happened. I agree. But you don't see the problem there, right?
What?
You don't see a problem.
Listen,
this guy dominating the division with his brother.
Listen, there's problems all over the world, my brother. There's problems all over the world.
Well, name one A-list heavyweight.
Yeah.
Either one of them. An A-list heavyweight.
I don't have to, but it was the Klitschko era, nonetheless.
It was that's like saying it was the garbage truck era.
Well.
Yes, it was well.
It wasn't the garbage.
It was very well.
It was very well
the garbage truck era. That's exactly what it was.
What you wanted, but it was you've agreed there was a Klitschko era. It lasted the better part of a decade.
I agree that in the back of my house is a trash can full of trash.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
That doesn't make it extraordinary. Well, that doesn't make it a good thing, does it? It just means that on Mondays, the trash man comes to empty my trash can. That's the Klitschko era. The trash man come to empty the trash.
Well, you know, the trash men, they got very rich off it. One's now a politician in the Ukraine, and the other one, they're both living very well. So if that's what a trash man does, sign me up.
Now, you do realize, of course, that, look, I was a huge, and I remain a huge Lennox Lewis fan.
Right.
If you're going to defend Lennox Lewis, hanging your argument on the Klitschko win,
now I'm not hanging
counterproductive.
The Klitschko win. It's just another element. It's just another way of showing you how much of a superior character.
Yeah. So the Klitschko win was a good win.
Over your Riddick Bowe, outlasted your Mike Tysons, guys of which I'm both fans of, great fans of. But Lennox Lewis's career was just simply handled better, and he lasted longer.
That's never been the question. I agree with you there, and I'm ranking Lewis ahead of both Tyson and Riddick Bowe. However,
what did you say?
I said I'm ranking Lennox Lewis ahead of both Tyson and Bowe.
You have to, if you got any sense, mushrooms or no mushrooms.
Right. However, had Bowe Lewis happened in 1992, Lewis would have got handled. I'm sorry, he just would have.
Well, that's hypothesis. I mean, it was the best. What I will say is that would have been the best time for Riddick Bowe. That would have been the best window for Riddick Bowe to have a chance of beating Lennox Lewis. But what did he do? Instead of doing that, he threw the belt in the garbage. Case closed. Case closed. I don't care how many,
now that we've resolved
I don't care how many mushrooms you've had today. Case closed.
All right, sir. Now that we have closed that case,
yeah.
Okay, can we resolve that the Klitschko era was utter garbage?
Well, I like the way you've craftily admitted defeat. You know, you just use half a sentence. So, you know, you just admitted defeat in half a sentence.
Wait,
you know?
You're gonna have to refresh my memory. Exactly how did I admit defeat?
Well, you've acknowledged that you've acknowledged that Bowe, you know, was like a whack MC, only lasting one season. Yeah, he burned bright for a very short time, my friend. For a very short time.
That's in fact what happened. I never disputed that.
Yeah, he burned bright.
Bowe had a very short prime.
And no question. In his prime, and at his best time, and at the time when he had the best chance of beating Lennox Lewis, he threw his belt away.
Right. So, yeah, Bowe did not fight Lewis at a time where I thought had the fight happened, Bowe would have beaten Lewis.
He declined to fight Lewis at his when Bowe was at his peak. And that's crazy, yo. Because that was the best chance he would have had to beat Lennox Lewis, because Lennox Lewis just hit his stride in 1992. He became champion. He just hit his stride. So he was in the ascendancy. Bowe was where he was at, the top of his game, and he never got better. He only got worse after that point. So at the time when Bowe had the best chance to beat Lewis, he responded by throwing his belt in what we call the bin. You call it the garbage. So that says it all. He threw it away. He threw it away. Don't throw it all away. Don't throw it all away. Threw it all away. Threw.
So we can resolve that the Klitschko era was total garbage. Yes?
Absolutely. Well, no, absolutely not. I mean, I'm not agreeing. So what I'm saying is that Lennox Lewis finished his, unlike 99.9999999% of boxers, Lennox Lewis finished his career at the pinnacle. He knocked out the guy who knocked him out. He beat one of the biggest names in boxing history ever, in Mike Tyson. And people kind of deride that with saying, oh, Tyson was washed by then. Yeah, okay. Tyson was washed by then, but Lennox Lewis was older. How you like them apples? Digest them apples. I think I got an apple in the fridge. I hope you ain't turned back. It's been there for a week or two. Probably just throw it out just in case. Well, I was looking forward to an apple. So Lennox Lewis outlasted Bowe, beat him in the Olympics. Then Bowe declined to fight him when Bowe was at his peak, declined to fight him. Then he beats a guy who he's older than, Mike Tyson, and people like to say Mike Tyson was washed. Well, Lennox Lewis was older, So when you look at it overall, Lennox Lewis just handled his career was handled more sensibly. He just did things proper. Made a few mistakes, yeah. He underestimated Hasim Rahman, yeah. Paid for it, yeah. Came back and knocked him out. The atomic.
Okay,
bull,
so we can agree.
The atomic bull, his other loss. He got knocked out, I believe. Came back and TKO'd the guy. Had the guy crying. In the ring.
All right, now wait a minute. Now stop. Hold on a second. Now
he was crying in the ring.
You have to call a spade a spade. It wasn't Lennox Lewis that had Oliver McCall crying in the ring. It was the crack.
Okay.
It was the drugs that he was doing. Okay. The man was fresh out of rehab. In fact, he hadn't even completed rehab.
Yeah. He got pulled out to rehab by Don King. Cool. Well, did it cross your mind that it was the thought of facing Lennox Lewis again that got McCall doing silly things? You're gonna have to fight Lennox Lewis again. So now you're doing crack.
That's beside the point, and does not answer the question.
You give Lennox Lewis credit for making Oliver McCall do crack.
What?
Why are you not giving Lennox Lewis credit for making Oliver McCall resort to crack?
I guess that is a tribute, an attestation to exactly how dominant Lewis was.
There we go.
So props to Lennox Lewis for making Oliver McCall having to smoke crack prior to the fight. However, now that we have resolved why Oliver McCall was smoking crack, now maybe you can answer my previous question, which was, can we now resolve that the Klitschko era was total and complete garbage? Can we agree on that, sir?
The Klitschko era was boring. The garbage truck era was wilder.
Yeah, so never actually had an era.
Yeah, well, it didn't have an era. That's fair. What else? Oh, so you're asking me a question, yeah? Was it garbage? It didn't have stellar opponents. No, he didn't have stellar opponents. No. Better opponents than Deontay Wilder, and he's being proclaimed as the second coming. He was being proclaimed as the second coming before the Gypsy King whooped that ass 2-time. So I think that the Klitschko era was better than the Wilder's run. But yeah, it was not stellar. I don't want to say it was garbage, but it was not stellar. It was boring, yeah. Were there top fights to be made? But nobody wanted to pay the Klitschkos, man. Nobody wanted to pay them. Americans, the American TV didn't want them because they were boring. So, they just picked and pecked and had the belt for the better part of a decade between them.
Who was that 7-foot Russian guy? I forget his name.
Volulev or something like that.
Valuev.
Yeah.
How is it that ancient old man Evander Holyfield managed to fight that guy? Okay, but neither of his countrymen. Yeah. And yes, I understand Ukraine is not Russia, but at the time it might as well have been at the time in question. How is it that old man, ancient Evander Holyfield, managed to fight Valuev, but neither of the Klitschko sisters could manage to find the time?
Well, I mean, are you saying that you think Valuev would have beat either of the Klitschkos?
No, the point that I'm making is that when you look at these guys and their trash resumes, which is exactly what they are, trash resumes, it's much to do about nothing.
Yeah.
The Klitschkos, especially Vitaly, are overrated. Way overrated.
Well, why didn't your boy Wilder fight one of them?
Listen, I can't.
Why didn't your boy Wilder fight one of them?
Probably because his handlers were afraid he got knocked out. Okay, who knows?
Okay.
But that's beside the point. Simple fact of the matter is that when the Klitschko's were at their prime or near their prime, you had all of these threats that were around in the heavyweight division that these guys managed to not fight. And my question is, how did that happen?
Hey, they weren't fight. Hey, it was not a stellar era, and that's why a lot of people stopped watching, including myself.
And something needs to be said. Prime Mike Tyson knocks out both of the Klitschko sisters on the same night. Trust. Mike in his prime would have mopped the floor with both of them.
Yeah, quite possibly, quite logically. Yeah. At that time in his prime, yeah. Are we talking about in their prime though?
Mike would have mopped the floor with either of the Klitschko sisters at any point in their career.
Okay.
Trust.
Yeah, trust and believe. Trust and believe. Well, okay. I think we know who the king is. And you're looking at him on your screen. The Lionheart. Lennox, the Lionheart Lewis. Well, I get down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Yeah. That tune wasn't recorded in his career, but that's a tune that people can relate to. Well, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Now, as for Luke, Luke's not even in the conversation. Luke is not even in the conversation. Luke Fury fight was Klitschko was the most boring, possibly the most boring fight of all times. Absolutely. It took me years to bring myself to watch that fight. Couldn't do it. And then I had to do it in installments. I'd watch 3 rounds here. Then a few months later, I'd watch round 4 to round 6. Then a few months later, I'd watch round 6 to round 9. And then about a year later, I got around to watching round 10 to round 12. It took me a couple of years to get through that fight. You know what I mean? But one thing we do know, it was absolutely atrocious. And then he runs away. Luke runs away, doesn't give the man his rematch. There's all kind of madness, including steroids. So Luke, not even in the conversation. But one thing we have established, the Fight Doctor, is that we know who the Lionheart is. And his name is, drum roll, Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis. Can we stop sharing that, and can we start sharing this? Boom. OMG. Took me a couple of years to get over watching. It took me a couple of years of therapy. Took me a couple of years in therapy to get over that fight. You know what I mean? And then people want to start throwing Luke in the equation. Is you crazy? Yo? And this thing has gone way longer than I had expected. But, you know, people can't complain. People can't say they don't get the money's worth at the rdcr. Wilder turned down $100 million to fight AJ twice. Disgraceful. Everyone, this era versus Klitschko era, which is better? Well, you know, the Klitschko era weren't good. Turned a lot of people away from boxing. But hey, they were the face of boxing, heavyweight boxing, for 10 years. The better part of 10 years. Let's face it. I mean, I wasn't watching then. Turned me off. I went to the UFC. Oh, this era. Okay, this era or the Klitschko era. Okay, I get you. Yeah, this year is better. Yeah, for sure. For sure. My favorite Lennox Lewis ring walk entrance was when he played "We're Gonna Chase Those Crazy Ballets Out of Town," which he did more than once, incidentally. All the carrots, some shopping bags from the car to the kitchen about the week before the second Fury fight. 8 bags, 1 trip, lots of tins. That must have been something. Yeah, tuna, all them tuna and pilchards. And what have you. The peanuts, the cashew nuts. Could have been even better if they'd have made the best fight in this era. Probably why I lost. Yes. OMG. Thank you, the Fight Doctor, for helping us to find out who the true Lionheart was. And
listen, there's no denying Lennox Lewis's place amongst the all-time greats in the heavyweight division. Like I said, I am a huge Lennox Lewis fan, and I was a fan of Lennox Lewis when it was not popular to be a fan of Lennox Lewis on this side of the pond. You know, I never could understand why Lewis received all the hate that he did from the American fight fan base. Lewis was and is an excellent fighter, I always thought so.
And now he gone through the records and proved it.
Right. No, there's no question. Again, I remember the night I watched the fight live I watched the fight live, broadcast live with him and Razor Riddick. And if memory serves me correctly, Riddick was actually the favorite going into that fight. All the buzz was around Riddick. And then here comes Lennox Lewis practically out of nowhere and handles Riddick in 2 rounds on a beautiful overhand right that caught Riddick flush and ended him. You know, boom, Lewis was on the scene just like that. So, I was huge. I am a huge Lennox Lewis fan. I always compared him favorably to Larry Holmes. That's who Lewis reminded me most of. If you look at the way that he fought, he sort of he was Larry Holmes-esque.
Yes, he was.
In many ways, except for in the chin department. That he didn't have.
I don't know about that.
So now, hold on a second. Now, wait a minute. Now, look. Lewis mirrored Larry Holmes in a lot of ways.
I just want to say thank you, Timothy Thomas, making the chat colorful again. Mr. Dawkins, the Fight Doctor, big up. I adore the banter. One love, 100%, and right back at you. Thank you for supporting. We're going to bring a membership thing in for people to support. A couple of pounds, £2, £3, £4 a month for membership. Just so we can get that continual support so people can show appreciation for the consistency of the product. And we've been doing this now, for something like 4 or 5 years. Regular crew. The Fight Doctor been here for years. He came in as somebody to battle the Rafi. Somebody brought him in to battle the Rafi, the undefeated, the untouchable. And we ended up continuing after the battle, which was quite fraught at the time. He thought, I want a rematch. I beat the Fight Doctor first time around. And he wanted a rematch.
You know what? I don't recall that.
And he's been coming back for the rematches ever since.
Yeah. I'm afraid that my recollection is a little bit different than yours, sir.
Well, I think it was a decisive victory from the Rafi. A lot of people probably forgotten, and some don't know how you came to the RDCR. It was a notorious matchmaker. Made the match. He kind of tried to deal me like how they did Lennox Lewis, brought in a last-minute replacement. And
was it Dan the Man or was it EJ?
It was EJ. He was EJ Boxing Live. He set it up. I never heard of this cat before. And all of a sudden we're in a backstage show and they're bringing this cat called the Fight Doctor to battle the Rafi, because the Americans didn't like the way the Rafi was talking about, some of the American hero heavyweights, talking about Deontay Windmill. Rafi was going hard on the Windmill, and they wanted a guy to stop him, and they sent for the Outlaw. The guy with some of the biggest spurs out there, and he kicked open the saloon room door.
The mushroom eating outlaw.
The mushroom eating outlaw, and they kicked in the saloon doors. That's the first time I saw him, and he came for the Rafi's neck, with some direct route one, just with route one straight for the neck. But the Rafi, the Rafi is skilled and practiced in many forms of self-defense, and the Rafi got a hold of the Fight Doctor, wrapped him up nicely, and put the anaconda choke on him. He thought he was okay until he started wondering why the oxygen wasn't getting to the lungs no more. Put that anaconda choke on him and just rocked him to sleep. And then the Rafi emerged victorious, and then the Fight Doctor's been coming back. He says, hell no, I want my get back. You owe me that much. And the Fight Doctor's been coming back ever since. And of course, the John Daly. John Daly's been here from very soon after the live show started. The John Daly local Middle Earth resident like myself. He came in when I was doing some videos in my car, and the video wasn't pointed at me, but it's pointed at the road. Eyes on the road, and he recognized the roads, and realized that we both lived in Middle Earth, Birmingham, UK. So that's how John came in early. And so who's that? That's John. That's the Fight Doctor. And of course, the Iron Kong came in about a year ago, maybe two, maybe a couple of years ago. And so that's been the steady crew of late. Of course, there are previous names, but these are the ones who got the stickability. The stickability. One thing I'll say for the Fight Doctor, he's got more heart than Riddick Bowe. I'll give him that much.
I think Bowe's heart is underrated.
Really?
Well, I mean, go back and watch the fights with Galata. Bowe took a hellacious beating in both of those fights.
You want to get out of the ring. I'm surprised he didn't just crawl out the ring.
No, sir. Bowe was not looking for a way out. That was Galata who was looking for a way out, hence all the low blows.
They got into a street fight and Bowe didn't want it. Let's be honest. They got into a street fight. And the difference is Bowe got into a street fight with Galata and he didn't want it. Went 8, 7, and 9 rounds. Galata wanted a street fight with Lennox, and Lennox gutted him, disemboweled him.
So wait.
In one round.
Now hold on a second.
He gutted him like fish. He fried him like fish.
Now wait a minute. Now hold on a second. Now Rafi, you have to be fair here, okay? Now there's a couple of things going on which we need to straighten out. All right. First, when Galata got his hands on Bowe was washed. Right?
Really?
He was done. Yes, he was done. By that point in his career, he was done. That's the first thing, okay? Second thing is, even washed up Riddick Bowe was too much for Andrew Galata.
The referee had to save him. What do you mean?
What are you talking about the ref? Oh, so I see. Oh, so the so Bowe convinced the referee to disqualify Andrew Galata. Is that the argument you're making?
Well, if you got a guy crying in the ring, what are you gonna do? You're gonna try and help him.
Because it seems to me that low blows are illegal. And if you keep hitting a man low, then the reason being is because he's doing something to you which you really don't like, causing you to hit the man low, which is exactly what was going on in both of the Andrew Galata fights. Bowe was putting it on Galata.
Listen, Galata was the one.
That was the problem. That's the reason why Galata kept hitting him low.
let's not try and rewrite history. Galata was beating up Chicken Bowe. Let's not try and rewrite history. People
That's never. Listen, I'm not gonna. If the argument is on your part, if you're making the argument that Galata was putting up a good fight, and was hurting Riddick Bowe, I'm going to agree with you. However, sir, that was a two-way street.
Yeah.
Okay. And Riddick Bowe was not the one who had to resort to the dirty tactics.
This was in '96, only two years after what you call his prime. 95, 92. Jess, look at these bombs that he's fighting. What? Jeff Lampkin, Darren Hayden, Dwayne Hall, Marion Wilson. This is in '95. Samson Pua, Wes Turner, Jason Waller, Charles Hoster. Yo, he was fighting some guys who were worse than this rivals Deontay Wilder's resume. Some of this after '92. This is atrocious. This is atrocious.
So once again,
Donnell Wingfield, Calvin Jones. This is in '93. Calvin Jones, Andre Smith, Marion Wilson. Man was fighting Marion Jones in '92, '93. Carlton West, Kevin Porter. This is '93. Bobby Crabtree. This is in '93.
So you do realize, of course, that what you're doing is you're supporting my argument. Bowe was washed by the time Galata got his hands on him.
Andre Crowder. This is in '93. Eddie Taylor. That's in '92. Aaron Brown. That's in '92. James Holly. That's in '92. Robert Smith. That's in '92. Joey Christjohn. That's in '92. Charles Presswood. That's in '92. Joe Jones. That was Joe Jones's first fight, his debut. That was in '92. Roosevelt Schuler. Who the hell? Let me go and check that I'm looking at the right.
So you do realize, of course, that Bowe's two best wins are better than anything on Lennox Lewis's resume.
Am I sharing this?
That's fact.
This is unbelievable. Look, I'm looking at
Bowe's two best wins are better than anything on Lewis's resume. That's a fact.
Yeah. She Marion Jones, the sprinter. Yeah, and you know the caliber of fighter that Bowe was fighting. I don't know. She'd have given him a run for his money. Bowe fell off fast, mismanaged too, terribly mismanaged. Look at this. This is on. What the hell's Canelo doing on my screen? This is. Oh, sorry. No. I'm on Andrew Galata.
And I appreciate how you
this
did.
This was my bad. That was Andrew Galata. I was shocked and astonished when I saw this list of bombs. This list of bombs. I was shocked and astonished. Let me go to Bowe. Okay, let's go Bowe. Because that was 92, and I thought, what the hell? Who the hell is this? This is worse than Wilder's. Well, first of all, okay, so he had his last fight in 2008. Won that one, unanimous decision. Won the one before. Now look how they finished their careers. This is crazy, yo. Look how they finished their careers. I mean, look at these: Gene Pucknell, Puckle, Billy Zerban. Last three fight: Marcus Rhodes, Andrew Galata again. Okay, damn, fought him again. 96. Andrew. That's when the two fights took place. Okay. Andrew Galata 96, 95. Was Evander Holyfield? He beat him. Okay. Hold on. How many fights before he quit after Galata?
You do realize, of course, that you can
argue that Andrew Galata finished him because he only had 3 fights after that.
Yeah, well, Bowe was washed before he got to Andrew Galata.
Okay, well, let's have a look at this. Evander Holyfield, Jorge Luis Gonzalez, Herbie Hyde. Okay, I saw that fight. That was over here in the UK, I think, wasn't it? It wasn't. It was in Las Vegas. Okay. Larry Donald. Okay, he had half a name. He went 12 rounds. Fair enough. He was the guy who punched up at the two-piece at the press conference. No class. Buster Mathis Jr., 4 rounds, no contest. Okay. Eugene Williams, that corrupt judge. Okay, remember her? She took some payout money. Yeah. She was dodgy. Eugenia Williams, dodgy judge. Evander Holyfield, 93. Jesse Ferguson,
Fight could have gone either
93.
way. The Holyfield rematch. That was a close fight.
Evander
Either way.
lost that fight. He lost that fight.
Yes, but I'm saying the fight could have gone either way. It was a very close fight.
Okay. Jesse Ferguson, 93. Michael Dokes. Yeah, Michael could fight sometimes, but he's slow to start. He was like a steam engine. You got to get the steam up, and he got finished he won that in one round. Okay, Michael Dokes. Evander Holyfield, 12 rounds, one unanimous decision. That's 92. Pierre Coetzee, the South African, beat him in the 7th round. That's 92. Everett Martin, Bigfoot Martin, 92. Conroy Nelson. I don't know. Elijah Tillery. I don't know, man. I don't know. 92. He fought Conroy Nelson, Everett Bigfoot Martin, Pierre Coetzee. Pierre Coetzee was a solid fighter, yeah. And Evander Holyfield. Yo, that was a short peak. 93, Michael Dokes. Okay, finished him in one round, slow starter. Jesse Ferguson. That was a slow peak. And then, okay, so his peak was from midway 92 to the middle of 93 when he lost. He had a 12-month peak. That's garbage. Sorry, he's not garbage. I'm not saying he's garbage, but that's garbage. He had a 12-month peak. OMG. 12-month peak. Imagine that. 12-month peak. Bowe's mental state certainly had an effect on his career. There was a lot of erratic behavior. Yo, putting a fridge in your bedroom, it says it all. Fridge in your bedroom. He had a 12-month peak. You cannot compare Riddick Bowe to Lennox Lewis.
Yes, I can, and here's how. So there's a quality. Now, I mentioned previously how I compared Lennox Lewis favorably to Larry Holmes, but there's one quality that Larry Holmes had.
Let's talk about Bowe, not Larry Holmes. Let's talk about Bowe.
We're gonna talk about Riddick Bowe. Just hear me out, please.
No, forget about Larry Holmes. That's a different question altogether.
Hear me out, please. Hear me out. Let me finish. There is a quality that both Larry Holmes and Riddick Bowe shared, which Lennox Lewis did not. You want to know what that was? Larry Holmes, Riddick Bowe both had the ability to get up off the canvas and win a fight. Lennox Lewis, on the other hand,
who did Riddick Bowe get up off the canvas for?
Andrew Galata. In both fights.
And there, my friend.
Listen, Evander Holyfield put him down.
There, my friend, is
Evander Holyfield put him down in the third fight.
You're like a lawyer. You're like a lawyer who sinks their own client.
Evander Holyfield put Riddick Bowe down in their third fight. Riddick Bowe got up and knocked Evander Holyfield out in the very next round. Facts.
Okay. The third fight. When was that? That was like what? 90 what?
That was 95.
95. And then
go back and pull up the box rack.
Yeah, pull it up 95. Okay, he did that, but that was his last hurrah because after that was in 95. In 96, he fought 2 times. In 96. Well, actually, Andrew Galata finished his career. And I'm gonna show you. I didn't notice this before. OMG. You're like a lawyer who sinks his own client because look at this. Looky here. You talked about you sink your own client because you were speaking on behalf of Riddick Bowe and you said that he gets up off the canvas. He gets up off the canvas like Lennox never did get up off the
didn't.
canvas and win the fight. Okay,
Lewis never got off the canvas to win the fight.
This was 1995. It was 1995 when Bowe got off the canvas against Evander Holyfield. 1995. Okay, cool. Right? In November 95. Cool. So this is why I say that Andrew Golota finished Riddick Bowe's career. Because he fights Andrew Golota twice, gets beat up twice, gets mugged, gets mullered in 2 street brawls against Golota. He's crying to the referee. He's wiggling his hips like I can't continue in 96, 2 times in 96. And this is chicken. This is how much of a chicken Bowe we're talking, a chicken heart. Heart the size of a chicken. Have you ever seen a chicken heart? Believe me, they're small. 2 times in 96. And what's he called? What's his name? Riddick Bowe does not appear in the ring again for 8 years. He retires. Andrew Golota retired Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe doesn't return to the ring again for 8 years. Comes back for 3 last fights, 3 last little paydays at the Fire Lake Casino in Shawnee. What's that? Some Indian reservation? Probably some Indian reservation. In 2004, 8 years after Golota retired him. Then a year after that, he comes up, needs some money, comes back against Billy Zumburn at the Changa Resort and Casino, Temecula. That's the Indian resort again. And then, so probably there was some kind of issues with the licensing. I don't even think Riddick Bowe was licensed through the normal channels to fight these fights. That's why he's fighting on Indian reservations, which are their own. They have their own rules there. And then he comes back. His last fight is against Gene Puckle, which is 3 years after the 2005 fight. 3 years later, needs some more money. After being a millionaire, squandered that. Mismanagement or whatever, or maybe he mismanaged his money, whatever. And where's that? The SAP, the appropriately named SAP Arena. Where's that? In Germany? Looks like Germany. That looks like a German flag to me. So, yeah, you tried to keep that quiet. You tried to sweep it under the rug, but it's been exposed. Andrew Golota finished, retired Riddick Bowe 4 years after his best year. How you like that? How you like that?
And we all enjoyed that speech. Thank you. However, it does not change the fact that Riddick Bowe, like Larry Holmes, had the ability to get off the canvas and win a fight. Unfortunately, Lennox Lewis did not. These are the facts, sir.
Get up off the fight, get up off the floor against Evander Holyfield, cool. And then got retired by Andrew Golota the very next year. That ain't no recommendation, my friend. That ain't no, to say you got retired from the sport by Andrew Golota. OMG. OMG. Mr. Dawkins, I have a fridge in my bedroom, but I'm still in my prime. Hey, I got a friend of mine who's coming up to retirement age, and he's still rocking. He's still training two times a week. One time does a stretching program at home. He trains 4-5 hours a week, and he's still rocking a 6-pack. He's coming up to retirement age. So you can stay. You can stay in good shape for long. I'm not talking about competitive boxing. I just mean personal good shape. That was decent, respectable skills, just not the full shilling. Indeed. Andrew Golota gave Riddick Bowe life and death. He took him to the shadow realm. He took Andrew Andrew Galata. Depends on what's in the fridge. OMG. Andrew Galata took Riddick Bowe to the shadow realm. And Riddick Bowe said, well, I don't need none of this. I just want to know where my next pot noodle's coming from. You know what I mean? Mushroom pot noodle. Where's my mushroom pot noodle? Bowe. So that's why I say, and you've helped me nail it down. Riddick Bowe had the heart, the size of a chicken. I'm not talking about the whole chicken. I'm just talking about the chicken hearts, the giblets. If you ever seen how small, you're not a country boy, you're a city boy. So I don't know if you've ever actually seen the actual size of a chicken heart. But believe you me, it is small. But I don't want to disrespect Riddick Bowe because I did enjoy him when he had it together. Galata. What is this? Riddick Bowe versus Galata 2 when questioned about possible retirement. If performance does not improve, Bowe said this is true. What is true? He retire if his performance don't improve. Oh, he'd retire if he didn't have a good performance. You can't be a nice Sarah Lee, Black Forest Ghetto, Black Forest Ghetto, is very nice indeed. Yep, nailed it. Absolutement. So we've done it, Ankon. We've done it. You've helped me. You've helped everybody see that I'm not one of them Black Forest ghettos in years. Oh yeah, I think I've got. Do I have a late night snack? It's 25 past midnight, but the Rafi always has to have a little. Have I got a snack in the fridge? Late night snack? Is there something for me in the fridge? I fancy something naughty. I don't know what's in there, but the fight doctor, you've helped us. You've helped me see just how bad Riddick Bowe, just how small. I don't want to say bad. Just how small a window. Just how small a window of greatness that Riddick Bowe really had. It was a really small window.
Yeah,
it was really small. You know how small a window? Have you ever seen a cat flap?
A who?
A cat flap.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a little hole that you cut out of a door.
Oh, right. Okay, I got you. A doggy door. I got you.
Yeah. It's a little cat flap. It's just big enough for a cat to get in. You just helped me realize that Riddick Bowe's time of greatness was about as small as a cat flap.
Yeah, well, there's no denying Riddick Bowe was the candle who burned bright but did not burn for a long period of time. He certainly could have, if Bowe could have maintained his focus, what could have been? Bowe was, I thought, an extraordinary heavyweight, but very short-lived, and it's unfortunate. But it is what it is. And but
so you have to.
In '92, he would have beaten Lewis in my mind. He would have beaten Lewis.
Listen, we just established that Riddick Bowe's window of greatness was so small that you have to say, well, there's so many years where Lennox Lewis, you'd have to say, well, Lennox Lewis would have to be favorite to beat Bowe. In 92, one of Riddick's best years. We look at that when we examine that. I don't want to do Ryder, man. But the end of 91, he fought Elijah Tillery. Then at the beginning of 92, he fought Conroy Nelson. Halfway through 92, the 5th month, what's that? April, May, June. He fought Everett Bigfoot Martin. And then, he fights Pierre Coetzee. He was a scrapper. He could scrap the South African cat. In 92, I don't know what part of his career, Pierre Coetzee's career, he wasn't there. And then at the end of 92, he fought Evander Holyfield for the first time. knocked out Dokes at the beginning of '93, and that's his best year. '92, he fought some mediocre, average guys, and then he fought two good guys, Coetzee and Evander.
Wait. Yeah. Evander was not good. Evander is legitimate great heavyweight.
Okay, he fought a great,
and he handed Evander his first loss. So
but I mean, Evander was a cruiserweight. Come on now, he fought a cruiserweight and Evander blown up cruiserweight.
All right, so Evander is a cruiserweight who managed to go 24 rounds with Lennox Lewis and arguably won the second fight. So what are you talking about?
Well, he's an ATG cruiserweight. There's no question about that.
Yeah. And Riddick Bowe looked better fighting a prime Holyfield than Lewis looked fighting an old Holyfield.
Yeah. Okay. Raphael Dawkins.
Mind you, Evander Holyfield had already been knocked out by Riddick Bowe by the time Lewis got his hands on him.
Evander Holyfield had already been. Yeah, he got knocked out by Riddick Bowe, but
that was in '95.
That don't matter. That don't make no difference. So what?
What are you talking about? Okay, so what are we talking about? So what are we talking about?
Well, it don't matter because you get knocked out, you get it back up again. What are you talking about? You get knocked out, you get back up again. Lewis has been knocked out by a couple guys. So what? He shook it off, came back and knocked them out. It ain't no big thing. You don't have to be. It's not like today's era where you got knocked out or you're finished. Now. No, it's back then when men were real men. You get knocked out, so what? You say, so what? So what? I got knocked out. I'm back now. What's up now, fool?
You can make the argument. You can make the argument that the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume is Riddick Bowe leftovers.
Well, absolutely not, because Riddick Bowe never had any leftovers. He always cleaned the plate.
Yeah, Bowe beat Holyfield twice, knocking him out in the second fight. In the rubber match. Well, and you could also argue that Evander Holyfield is the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume.
Who?
You could argue that Evander Holyfield is the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
you're
trying to redeem yourself now.
So tell me who's better.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get out of here, but if you want to redeem yourself, you're trying to get a win.
Listen, that's fine. We can table this conversation, but we're going to have this debate.
No. Right? I'm here now.
No, listen. I understand it's late. We can table this conversation.
It's okay. I think I can easily defeat your argument. That's no problem. Let's just share the screen. Raphael, do you eat pork? Listen, I've engaged with lots of different nationalities of ladies. You all right? Let's say no more. So what we're looking at? Oh, let's share the screen. That's not a problem. I mean, if you're right, then fine. I'll say you're right. But if you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Well, it will be obvious that you're wrong. So, okay. Your assertion is that Evander Holyfield is the best man. I'm watching Bowe Galata 2 now from round 3 onwards. Bowe's back on the ropes. I'm telling you, Bowe was all over the place. He was a street fighting. Bowe didn't want none. What is this? 24 hours. Yeah, I got 24 hours Tesco. 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours just down the road. They're just down the road. Okay, so I've been challenged. We challenged listen, if he is, I'll say he is, or it'll be clear that he is. Let me make sure that there's no polls still up there. No, okay. So let's. This is the last argument, I think. Bowe versus Ike, but I think Bowe was in a different category at his peak, but his peak was like about 12 months. Like 12 months, you know what I mean? So let's go through this. Let's see if Evander Holyfield was the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume. Lennox, Claudius, Lionheart, Lewis. Okay. I Claudius. It's funny. I Claudius, and then my man's got the thing on his head, the Roman Emperor Shiznix on his head. Okay, so let's have a look. Vitaly Klitschko, Mike Tyson, Hasim Rahman, David Tua, Franz Botha, Michael Grant, Evander Holyfield, yeah, Shannon Briggs, Andrew Galata, Henry Aquande, Oliver McCall, Ray Mercer, Tommy Morrison, Oliver McCall, Frank Bruno, Tony Tucker, Donovan Razor Ruddock. Let's have a look. Mike Weaver. Okay.
Keep looking.
Okay. So the top names on Lennox Lewis's career, to me, that's Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is the top name on Lennox.
Wait. So are you arguing that the ghost of Mike Tyson is the best name on Lewis's resume? Is that your argument?
He's the biggest name.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, the argument that I'm making is that Evander Holyfield is arguably the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume. That's the argument I'm making. And you seem to disagree with that, and you posit that Mike Tyson, the ghost of Mike Tyson, is a better name than Evander Holyfield.
Greater accomplishments at heavyweight than Evander Holyfield. So Mike Tyson.
Wait.
The best name.
Wait. Didn't we see Evander beat Tyson twice? Didn't we see that once by both times by knockout?
But Mike Tyson.
I'm sorry. By knockout and disqualification.
Mike Tyson has more accolades at heavyweight, better names at heavyweight than both Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe. Mike Tyson.
Wait. Doesn't Evander Holyfield have a win over Riddick Bowe? Doesn't he have a win over Michael Moore? Doesn't he have a win over? Let's look at Evander Holyfield's resume at heavyweight real quick.
Well, okay? I mean, we ain't got no time for all of that. But what I can do is I can go to Mike Tyson's resume, and I'm pretty sure that you're going to see that it pisses all over Riddick Bowe's resume, and it's fast and it's superior to Evander Holyfield's resume.
So yeah, I would love to have this debate, and I tell you what we need to do.
Yeah.
In the next show.
Yeah.
We need to have this debate, and we need to put up a poll and see what the public thinks.
Okay.
About who has the better resume at heavyweight.
That's fair.
Or who is the better name.
That's fair. We can do that. We will do that. We will do that. Okay. But so far, I think it's clear what we're saying. It's clear what we're saying so far.
It's clear. It's clear to anyone who's seeing reality for what it is.
Yeah.
That again, the argument I'm making is that Evander Holyfield is the best name on Lennox Lewis's resume.
No, that's
better than Mike Tyson. No
that's
question.
Not the argument. That's not. Well, that's the latest. That's the latest incarnation of the argument. I mean, but the original argument, that will be the next argument in the next show. But this argument was who was better, Lennox Lewis or Chicken Bowe, and I think it's become very, very clear that Lennox, the Lionheart Lewis, was the better man inside the ring, better man outside the ring when it comes to the discipline of how you live your life. Wasn't running around having baby mamas here, there, and everywhere, spending all his dough, hard-earned dough, which brings me no pleasure whatsoever to see a man risk his life in the ring and then end up with barely a pot to piss in. Brings me no pleasure whatsoever. spending all of that money on child support. Didn't make sure he was asset rich. Made the money slip through his damn big fat fingers and ended up broke. Nah, Lennox didn't do that. He stacked them chips and he respected the seed from his loins. Only planted them in the woman who lived under his roof, his wife. Yeah, so better man in the ring, better man outside of the ring. And I hate to be so blunt and so crude, and I don't mean to be cruel, but it's unmistakable. It's unmistakable. What we got here? What we got here? Bowe taking Timothy Thomas is watching Bowe v what's his name? What's that cat? Galata. And he's doing a running commentary. Bowe taking a shellacking, hanging like a heavy.
So what was the result of the fight?
Yeah, Bowe complained so much he got Galata disqualified.
So Bowe got Galata disqualified. So Galata didn't get Galata disqualified. It was already Bowe's fault. That what you're saying?
That makes a good point. Evander Holyfield has an argument as an ATG heavyweight, and Lennox beat him twice. What more do you want?
Riddick Bowe handed Evander Holyfield his first loss, and he handed Evander Holyfield his first knockout loss.
Well, I mean, yeah. So what? You don't mean nothing when the peak of your career is like 12 months. Don't mean it means something, but I mean, like I said, Whack MCs only lasting one season. You know, you don't build a legacy of having a good season and a good fight here, a good fight there. Don't get me wrong, he has skills galore. But if you don't manage that, if you don't manage your skills, if you don't harness them, if you don't cherish them, if you don't work to improve them on a daily, monthly, yearly basis, then what's it all about? What's it all about? You good for one season? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Bogolata 2 should have been stopped in around 6. Okay. Yeah, man, he cleaned up that damn plate. Licked it clean. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. School bell a ring.
Oh, speaking of ringing,
yeah,
there's going to be somebody's bell getting rung come December.
Whose bell's getting rung?
We'll see.
Wilder?
No, we'll see.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll see. I propose a little gentleman's wager.
Yeah, we'll have a little gentleman's wager. We'll probably step it up a little bit. We'll probably step it up just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. But Fight Doctor, you've helped crystallize just how good Lennox Lewis was.
Oh, he was a tremendous fighter, no question. Tremendous fighter.
Took out Bowe 2 times. Took out Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson took out everybody who beat him. He took them out. Avenged his losses. Beat guys like David Tua. Knocked out guys like the South African Franz Botha. Took care of Michael Grant in 2 rounds. Beat Evander Holyfield. Well, beat him one time. They said the first one was a draw.
That was a loss for Holyfield. Holyfield's a great fighter, but he lost that fight wide. Fight was not even really. The fight was not even competitive.
Not even competitive. Shannon Briggs knocked him out in 5 rounds. Andrew Galata knocked him out in 1. Oliver McCall, what is that? TKO stoppage in 5 after losing to him. Went 10 rounds with rough and rugged Ray Mercer. Knocked out the underrated Tommy Morrison in 6. Knocked out Everybody, whoever beat him or TKO'd him, yeah. Job well done, Riddick Bowe. Like I said, WAC MC's only lasting one season. Need to do more for longer. What's this here? Total punch stats. Bowe landed 216 punches. Galata landed 408. 4 of them low. So you see, Galata, without the low blows, Galata would have won that fight. Simples.
Okay.
Simple.
But it didn't happen that way, did it?
No, it didn't happen that way. But those numbers, hey, men lie, women lie. Numbers don't.
So you have to ask yourself a question. Why, if Andrew Galata is outlanding Riddick Bowe, why were the low blows necessary?
Because Galata was a head basket case. It was a mental case.
Yeah.
Mental.
So, but see, here's the problem, right? Galata didn't have. You didn't see these mental problems exhibited by Andrew Galata when things were going his way in the easy fights.
No, you didn't see.
Go back and watch the Michael Grant fight. Yeah. Right. Andrew Galata was having his way with Michael Grant up until I think the 10th round, when Michael Grant somehow decided that he was going to make the fight unpleasant for Andrew Galata. That's when all of a sudden Andrew Galata had a mental meltdown. The Mike Tyson fight. Go back and watch that fight. Yeah. Okay. Again, you see Andrew Galata having a mental meltdown because Mike Tyson made it rough and rugged. He made it uncomfortable. The Lennox Lewis fight. Okay. When Lennox Lewis turned up the heat, Andrew Galata had a mental meltdown. Each and every time somebody makes things rough and rugged and uncomfortable for Andrew Galata, he goes into meltdown. That's exactly what happened in the fights with Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe wasn't having it. Riddick Bowe was giving as good as he got.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Oh, yes, he was.
Getting outscored by double. He's getting outscored handily.
Once again, when the going got tough, Andrew Galata, in every instance, he folds like a deck of cards. And that's what he did in the Riddick Bowe fight. He was looking for a way out. He was hitting Bowe low on purpose. Okay? Oh. He wanted out because Bowe was putting it on him. Don't get it twisted.
Well, Bowe was getting outlanded. He didn't need to do the dirty stuff. He didn't need to do the dirty stuff.
No, he did need to do the dirty stuff. You know why? Because Bowe was putting it on him. I don't understand. If you're winning the fight, if you're having your... Here's what I don't understand. If you're winning the fight, you're having your way, why hit the guy low repeatedly?
Emotional unintelligence. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
Yeah. His emotional unintelligence stems from the fact that he could not handle the pressure. It was getting too hot.
He was putting on more pressure than Bowe was. He was the one bringing the pressure.
But see, that's the difference. But see, that's the difference between him, Andrew Galata, and Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe, like Larry Holmes, could get off the canvas and win a fight. Andrew Galata is not that type of fighter. Neither was Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis got up off the canvas. Was it 2-time? Got up, but the referee wouldn't let him continue. Hey,
stop. It is
what it is. It is what it is.
Stop.
It is what it is.
In both instances, Lennox Lewis was knocked out. In the Hassan Rahman fight, he was knocked out cold. He was out. Completely out.
Didn't he stand back up?
Okay.
I think he stood back up.
Listen, some people are just going to see what they want to see, all right? And
apparently, what I saw, I think he stood back up 2 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Apparently, you've made up in your mind that in both instances, when Lennox Lewis got stopped, the stoppages were bad. So that's what you're arguing.
I never said though, but all I said was that he got up 2 times. You said that he never got up. I said
I did not say he got up. I said he couldn't get up to finish the fight. He couldn't get off the canvas to win.
Listen, man.
That's something that Larry Holmes could do and Riddick Bowe could do. Lennox Lewis could not.
Hey, I mean, he got up both times, man. If the referee said it, the fight's over, man, the fight's over, man. You know what I mean? If the referee said the fight's over, the fight's over. But what we do know is that Lennox Lewis was the superior boxer to over the course of his career to Riddick Bowe. It's just that simple, bro. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. You know, and
10 counts do not lie. I agree. Numbers don't lie. The 10 count does not lie. So I'm agreeing with you there, sir.
Well, listen, you agree with me that Lennox Lewis is the superior boxer to Riddick Bowe. You've agreed.
I agree. There's no
Agreed.
question. Lewis is the superior fighter. There's no question there.
Yeah.
He would have lost 92, 93, but he's still the superior fighter overall. Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Overall, in 92, 93, yeah, it was good. Credit to Bowe. But, you know, come on, man. Come on, man. We see what the big picture is. That would have been competitive with the heart that Lennox Lewis has over Bowe. I think that even in 92, just because of his heart, Lennox Lewis would have acquitted himself very, very well. Who wins? We'll never know. Why? Because let's see if we can get a picture to finish this thing off. Who can guess what the picture is going to be of?
I suspect it will be of a belt in a trash can.
Riddick chicken bow. Throws belt. Let's see if that's enough to get me the picture we all want to see. Oh, do we go for an actual video? Oh man, this is the best way we could finish off this show. Let us share. Let me share.
I've never seen that picture before.
Sorry?
I've never seen that picture before.
That's the Olympics.
Yes, that's at the Olympics. Yes, it is. The 88 Olympics.
Yeah. I've never seen the picture, seen the video, never seen the picture. We're the RDCR. We break news. We show things that don't normally get shown. Come on now. You know where you is. It's not a picture. It's a video. Oh, it's probably a picture in a video. What's this here? I have to be careful. Oh, Lord.
That was a beautiful combination of left hook, right hand. That was just a thing of beauty.
Oh, let me just do something here. Boom! Lord have mercy. Let me just slow it down even more, so people can really appreciate the shizzle. Boom! Oh, Lord. Now that's how you knock a fool out.
Yeah, that was beautiful, beautiful left hook, right hand.
That's how you knock a fool out. No disrespect, Rock. Boom!
Listen, there's no question. A motivated Lennox Lewis was a problem. A huge problem.
Both literally and figuratively.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Boom. He might have been out from the left.
Yeah, he probably was. His eyes are closed.
He was out from the left.
Yeah.
Hope people appreciating this shizzle. He was out. He was out from the left. He was sleeping from the left. Look at that.
Actually, Lewis's left hook is underrated. I think.
Yeah.
He was known for the right, but he had thunder in the left hand too. No question.
He put him to sleep with the left. See,
yeah, I want to say that Lewis, he caught who's the guy? The guy who Tommy Morrison got knocked out by. The guy who fought Larry Holmes. What's his name? The American. What's his name?
Black or white?
Black guy. What's his name?
What? Give me some description. What are we talking about?
Lennox
Lewis did what?
Lennox Lewis uncorked a monster left hook. He was at the fight that he was losing. What's his name? I can't remember the fighter's name, but I know the guy who beat Tommy Morrison when Morrison was coming up.
Oh,
what's his name?
You talking?
Ray Mercer.
Yeah,
Ray
yeah,
Mercer.
Ray Mercer.
Lewis caught in a fight, in a competitive fight. A lot of people thought maybe perhaps Mercer was on his way to beating Lewis. Lewis caught Ray Mercer with a beautiful left hook, and that essentially ended the fight.
Yeah.
So Lewis's left hook, in my mind, was underrated, but he had thunder in both of his hands, no question.
Thunder in both of his hands, and I'm telling you that he took out Rock with the left, not the right. rdcr myth busting yet again. Look at this. Tell me Rockman wasn't sleeping from the left. It's gone. Look at this. He's already sleeping. The right hasn't landed yet.
But the beautiful, look at the leverage he has on this right hand.
Yeah.
Look at the leverage.
Practice.
And all of his weight,
technique.
240 some odd pounds, is on this right hand.
It's the weight distribution has gone from his back foot to his front foot, and look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, that's just the picture perfect right hand. It's just beautiful.
Look at that. You can literally see the trajectory of the glove, and it's going straight across.
Yep.
It's going straight across.
Yeah, that's how you throw a right hand.
Woo!
All of his weight was on that punch.
Woo! Head bounces.
Yeah.
Feet, toes curl.
That's what you call the very definition of KTFO.
OMG. OMG.
KTFO for real. Okay.
Yeah. Lights out before he even landed. Hey, lights out before the right connected. We all thought he took him out with the right. It was actually the punch before the right, which was a left. Jim Lampley trying to remind Bowe of the terrible beating he took. He did not know where he was. OMG. Larry Holmes was put to sleep by Iron Mike. Arms got stuck in the rope, throwing it up. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at Larry Holmes. It was the end of pretty late in his career, but he did come back and have some wins though. So, in both Lewis's defeats, he got up, not out cold. Come on now. Andrew G got tired of hitting Bowe and lost discipline. Bowe was dead on his feet. Facts. Come on now. The RCDR is the place where we're not afraid to share the facts and the uncomfortable truths.
The FACKTS facts.
Facts. Facts.
Exactly.
Look at poor Asim Rahman. Don't know where he is. Oh gosh. Going close up. Revenge.
Yeah, sweet revenge.
And you stay down. Sweet revenge. You just stay down for a little while. You're okay. You're not on the clock. Clock stopped. Who's this now? What's happening here? Riddick Bowe throws the belt. Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
So this is round 11. Riddick Bowe, Evander Holyfield.
Lord. Look at that.
Bowe's about to put Holyfield down on the canvas.
Well, he's just giving him an uppercut from hell.
Yeah, so in this sequence, Bowe catches Holyfield with an uppercut, and in the next 2 or 3 seconds, Holyfield takes a knee from I think a right hand.
You see, this is why Lewis beats Bowe. You look how Bowe open Bowe is. Look, he's all wrong. He's all open. Okay, he just landed a great punch, but this is where Lennox Lewis beats Bowe because Bowe doesn't keep good shape. Look at this. He's all over the place. Bowe don't keep good shape.
No, sir.
He's open. He's wide open.
Sir, I think you're not paying attention to what's painfully obvious. In this sequence, Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield are doing what? They're infighting.
Yeah, and he's all wrong.
Riddick Bowe's infighting ability was second to none.
He's all wrong.
His infighting ability was off the charts.
But you think? Hold on. Are you telling me? Do you think Lennox Lewis is just going to be? He's just going to be chilling on the inside?
What I'm saying is that's not even an option for Lennox Lewis. Yeah. If Lennox Lewis chose to fight Riddick Bowe on the inside, it'll be a short night. I promise. It'll be a short night because Riddick Bowe has all of the advantages.
Keep it long, and he's gonna do what you just saw him do. Who wins? Lennox Lewis versus George Foreman, prime for prime. Lennox Lewis too quick, too big, too strong, too quick, too big, too strong. Sorry, I love George, but sorry, it's just the truth. Okay, but let's continue. That was a hellacious uppercut. That was a hellacious uppercut. And Bowe was a big man. Big Daddy Bowe. Big Daddy Bowe was a big man. Look at the shoulders on it.
Bowe was a complete fighter. He had total package. He had everything. He could do everything.
The problem is that the total package includes discipline, and that's what he didn't have. He made some money, and then the discipline went out the window. He thought he was the king. He thought he could bottle his farts and sell them as perfume, and he was very, very wrong. No discipline. That's why he only lasted a season or two at the top. No discipline. Look at this. Look. You see. This is a good way to run onto something. Okay, but he's literally running now. This is a good way to run onto something. Lennox Lewis playing possum. What do you think is going to happen to the right side, to the left side of his face? It's going to get detonated on. Right there. You know, the more I look at Riddick, I still admire him. He was great in his time, but Lennox is all wrong for him. He was right to stay. Listen, this is showing me how right he was to stay away from Lennox Lewis. He's all wrong. He's too open. The kid had great talent, but he was just too open. And this is just reminding me of that. Running across the ring. Look at this. Overshot it. Lennox would have took his head off. Sorry. Taking his head clean off. You just seen the spinal cord just sticking out. Sorry for being so graphic. Well, he stops and he turns and he's going to come with a hellacious left hook. I would imagine it's going to land. Nope. Back of the head. Disqualified.
No, let the clip continue.
I can't do it. Let the music play.
Yeah, let the clip continue. Let's see what happens next. What happens next?
Jeez.
What happens next?
Taking too long.
Yeah, what happens next?
He's all out. He's terrible shaping.
Yep. So what happens next?
You know what? Looked like he was training for this one.
So what happens next? Let's see what happens.
You're missing a lot of shots. That's what happens.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's finish the clip. See what happens next.
Okay. Messy, too messy. Lennox takes his head off. I'm telling you, all out of shape. Too messy. You see, Lennox got criticized for being a tad conservative. But you see, he kept his shape for the most part. Now, Riddick Bowe just throws Hail Marys, Alpha Leather. He abandons everything. He abandoned ship, you see? He abandons protocol. Then he tries to stick it on Lennox Lewis, and then we see the street dog versus the pooch. One likes to be on his sofa, eating popcorn and hot dogs. You know, the street dog versus the home pooch. Right here. I'll let you decide which one's which. Okay. Uh-oh. Let's get this right.
I'm not afraid of you, Lennox, and we're gonna get it on.
I'm not afraid of you, Lennox, and we'll get it on. Come on.
Get it on all you want. Oh.
Hold on.
You want. Okay. You're not the. Get it on all you want. Okay. I'm not afraid of you, Lennox, and we're gonna get it on all you want. Oh. Okay. You're not the man I thought you were.
You're not the man I thought you were. You just move this mic a little bit closer so you can.
You lied on me. I thought we was cool. Yeah.
I thought we was cool.
Oh, bring it on, man. I'm gonna bring it.
Bring it on, man.
Who's the bigger guy?
Sorry?
Who's the bigger guy?
Well, Bowe looked the bigger first angle, but now Lennox looked the bigger. I think they were pretty. What's the stats? Hold on. What's the stats? Lennox Lewis, 6'5". It says 84-inch reach. Let's go to Chicken Bowe. Where is he? Hold on. Evander Holyfield. We'll find Chicken Bowe through Evander Holyfield. Where is he? That's Chicken Bowe. There's Chicken Bowe. Yeah, chicken. Where is he? Gotta go all the way back. Oh, there he is. Chicken Bowe. Okay, so yeah, 6'5", 80. Oh my God, you keep on doing it to yourself. 6'5", the same height. But
Yeah,
Chicken
well,
Bowe,
I'm looking at these.
81-inch reach.
Yeah, so I'm looking at these
81-inch
pictures.
reach versus 85. So you got to say Lennox Lewis is the bigger guy.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the pictures here, and the picture here tells me that Bowe is the bigger guy.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the picture here tells me.
Oh,
Bowe's the bigger man.
I don't know what they put in your mushrooms. Must have some pesticides still in there, but they're the same height. And Lennox Lewis has the 4-inch, 81-inch versus 84, 3-inch reach advantage. Oh, what's the weights? I don't know. Bowe might be the fatter guy, but Lennox is the same height with a longer reach. So to me, that's the bigger guy for this conversation.
I'm gonna bring you some number the word.
What did he say? I'm gonna bring nothing but what? What did he say? What did he say?
I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring you some number the word.
Oh, what's the
You didn't say anything but a word.
Oh, okay. So who's this lovely lady?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Probably about 65 now. Dang. Hope time's been good to her. But right then, she could come under the Rafi's umbrella. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Brother Ryder was afraid of you. I'm gonna knock you out. He was a chump.
I'm gonna knock you out.
I'm gonna knock nothing out, Bowe. I'm gonna knock you out. I'm
gonna knock you out.
No.
I'm gonna knock you out. Who's the bigger man now?
But Bowe looks to be the bigger man.
Really?
Yeah, Bowe to me in this picture. So in this picture,
you don't see the eyebrow higher than that eyebrow?
No. I'm sorry, but no.
You gotta look up to him.
Yeah, I'm looking, and from this angle, Bowe looks to be the bigger man.
Okay. Well, they're both 6'5", and one man's got a 4-inch reach advantage over the other. Who's the bigger man?
Do it then.
Do it then.
I ain't do shit. I know.
You ain't do ish.
No, you're the You had help from the rest.
I'm gonna knock you out.
Well, knock me out. Knock me out there, Bob.
Knock me out then. I would never say it to him, knock me out then. I'll say, try it. Try it. What, really? Try it. Try it. Try it. Show me. Show me I can do that then.
You ain't nothing to me. What?
You ain't nothing to me.
Watch your mouth, son.
Watch your mouth, son.
Watch your mouth.
You ain't nothing to me. You ain't nothing to me. All right, easy, easy. Relax, relax, relax. Okay, so that's where we came in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Seeing that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Lennox Lewis was just too tidy. It was too tight, too tidy, too tidy, too tidy, too disciplined. 3 inches.
Yeah, so the discipline only came after Lewis was under Stewart. And again, when this fight could have happened, when that clip was being played, this was before Lewis met up with Stewart. All right. And again, listen, in terms of brain trust, 92, 93 Lennox Lewis did not have anywhere near the brain trust that Riddick Bowe had. Okay, we're talking about Pepe Carrera versus Eddie Futch. So you tell me who wins there? Who wins?
Bowe said, because of toughest fight, I will retire. Then grab the mic saying, no, I shall return. I shall return. I shall return. Beautiful KO. Lewis beats Foreman on points or late stoppage. FACKTS, facts. That's how the Fight Doctor spells it, not the RDCR. We don't endorse that.
That's right. Here at the RDC, we endorse the Anthony Joshua cheerleading contingent here.
Nobody's mentioned that, Sean. Too. You talk about Anthony Joshua more than anybody else. I know.
What?
How you like that?
Well, I have no choice but to talk about the man when I'm on his cheerleading platform. So I have no choice.
I am not cheerleading. I don't know about you.
What?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know who your new mushroom supplier is, but hi. You know what I mean? Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe's 50-50 fight. Revenge is a dish best served cold. That takes Bowe apart. Different animal, my friend. Different animal. Before this qualifications, Galata was ahead on all 3 cards. OMG. Cotterim said Andrew got tired and frustrated, but the ref, was concerned with the battering. Bad habits die hard, and Bowe had a whole heap of them. Bad habits. Lewis would take him apart. You ever seen a lion tearing into meat? You ever seen a lion tearing into a wildebeest?
Yes, I have.
Hey, it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. What's going on? Bowe 6'5". Alex said, I'm gonna knock you out. I actually thought Lewis was bigger, but looks like Bowe bigger, or maybe my eyes are playing tricks. Don't tell me you're importing mushrooms to the TKO. Don't do that. Maybe the suit, maybe the cut of the suit. Savile Row. Lennox is taller, Bowe standing on the canvas. Well, standing side by side. It's 1 a.m. and the Rafi still hasn't had his late night snack. Fight Doctor must have upped the dosage. OMG.
Only top shelf.
Anthony Joshua versus Frank Bruno. Who wins prime for prime? I think that's I like both of them cats, so I won't speculate. I'm just going to give you one last shot.
That's the battle of the chins.
One last shot.
Actually, I think Bruno pulls it off.
Yeah, but yet Lennox Lewis went over to America and beat all of you guys. all of you guys. But one last time with feeling. I'm saying that Rahman was out before the right. He was out before. He's already snoring right there. He's already snoring right there. And Lord, have mercy on the poor man's soul. OMG.
You know what? I think if you were to make a list of the single hardest punches ever landed in the history of boxing, that punch right there would have to be on the list. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
was Julian Jackson-esque.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was beautiful. AJ is A-side versus Wilder. Of course he is. But we're not. That's a different argument. That's a different story. That's a different thing altogether. Finally, at the 4-hour, 35-second mark, we have reached our journey's end. We reached our destination. We have reached our destination. And we've thoroughly chopped it up. And I think that everybody will know where they stand on this argument. Lewis or Bowe. Lewis or Chicken Bowe. And I think we're about to find out, aren't we? We're about to find out.
The chinny one is going night-night.
Well, yeah. And the chinny one might be Wilder. There's a lot of us suspect that Wilder is actually the chinny one.
The chinny one is going night-night. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And we think a lot of us suspect that the chinny one might actually be the Wilder one. The one who walks on the wild side, the one who drives with narcotics in his glove compartment.
Weed is not a narcotic, okay, sir? It's not.
Well, hallucinogen. I'm
not even sure that weed qualifies as a hallucinogen.
Well, it does something. One thing I can tell you shouldn't combine them with the mushrooms. That's one thing I can tell you for free. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. Both chinny. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what's up. But Fight Doctor, thank you very much. We've chopped this up, diced this up thoroughly, and a big shout out to the Timothy Thomas, who has been very kind to us over here at the RDCR. Got some good Mukalata coffees. Big Mukalata coffees up in here today, and it's always very much appreciated. But the Fine Doctor, your final words for the final time today, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dawkins. Enjoyed our conversation. Definitely looking forward to chopping it up in the months and weeks to come leading up to the night of the chins. So we'll see. Like I said, the chinny one will be taking a nap.
Well, 100%. Thank you very much. That was the Fight Doctor come to share his thoughts and observations over here with us at the RDCR. It's been a long one, but you know what? It's been an interesting one, and it's been a thoroughly enlightening. It's been a thoroughly enlightening, thoroughly enlightening affair. It gives Wilder time to set up the right. Could spell trouble for him. Wilder turned down 120. Great show indeed. TKO. Good night to the panel, the chat room. Stay safe, stay blessed. RDCR Nation. Chopped it up over here. If it was boring, I wouldn't have stayed so long, but it was quite interesting. It's very interesting. I think we got to have we took a deep dive and a thorough look at the resumes of the Bowe, chicken Bowe. Don't really want to call him chicken Bowe. But in comparison, I just don't think he wanted it with. I don't think he wanted it with White. I mean, with Lewis, I don't think he wanted it. Didn't want it. Man didn't want it. You know, we just been told that 92 was his peak, and it was his peak when he dropped the belt in the bin. Mans didn't want it. I think man saw what I see. I just see Lennox Lewis is just a tidier fighter. He was just tidy. He was just too tight. He was just too tight. He just kept his form for the most part. Just kept his form, kept his shape for the most part. Bowe, very talented, yeah. What is this? 4 hours, 40 minutes? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. You know? Lord have mercy. 4 hours, 50 minutes. So you say it's a good thing I started early, because that allowed me to go so late, but I'm still going to be able to get a good night's sleep. You know what I mean? So starting early worked out. If I started the normal time, what was that? 9:30? I would have gone over 4.5 hours. What's that? 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 32. It'd have been 2 already. It'd have been 2 already. You know what I mean? It'd have been 2 already. So it's a good thing that we started. Did we start at 8:30? I'm pretty sure we started at 8:30. Pretty sure we started at 8:30. So if we'd have started at 9:30, would have been what? No, it'd have been 2:30. It'd have been 2:30 by now. Yeah. It's only 1:20 now. So that's the beauty of starting early. So it's a good thing we started early. I thought we'd have been finished by about 8:30, 9, 10, 10, maybe 11. But now it's 1:20. So we got 10, 11, 12, 1. So you're going like 3 hours over. 3 hours over. But it's a quality 3 hours. It wasn't a waffling 3 hours. It was a quality 3 hours over. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed. You know, Adari, Pennant, Raphael Dawkins, I enjoy the show very much. Keep up the good work. Yes, indeed. Yes. Absolutement. Thanks for the support. To all who come, all who share their thoughts, all who share their views. I think we've been rocking out, for about 4 years? Is it 5 years yet? Is it 4 years or 5 years? What is it? How long we've been rocking? How long we've been doing this thing? How many years? How many years we've been rocking out? Let me have a look. Your channel. When did it start? How old is it? When was the first video? I don't know. 1,800 videos. When did it start? How did this thing start? OMG. One day I'll have a look. One day I shall investigate like Inspector Clouseau. Okay. It was a good one. It was a great one. I was entertained. I should rename this because the Canelo thing was only a small part of it. Who was better? I have to rename this. Who was better? Bowe. Good Lord. 6 years? Good Lord. Wow. OMG. When you start something, you just keep on going into the ears tot up. Jesus. Jeez Louise. Holy guacamole. I'm going to have to rename this one. What are we going to call it though? Who was better? Canelo v. Ryder, the Inquest. Canelo v. Ryder, the Inquest. Who was better? Lewis or Bowe? Yeah, that's the new title. That's the new title. That's the new title. Okay, folks. I enjoyed this one, even though it's late. Rafi's going to have a little night snack, maybe a yogurt. Have I got a yogurt in there? Do I have a little strawberry? Oh, I know. I bought a little, them little packets of fruit. It's got mainly grapes in there, a couple of strawberries. Maybe I chop up a quarter banana. There we go. We got a healthy little snack. Shouldn't really eat before bed, but hey, Rafi just likes to have a little something just before bed. Sometimes it's a little warm drink, but today we're gonna have a little bit of fruit. Thank you to all who came. Some are saying down with the king. Some are saying long live the king, whichever you stand on it. Wherever you stand on it, the coronation was yesterday. Today is a bank holiday. That's why we started earlier, which is a good thing because we were able to fit everything in. I feel sorry for anybody who missed out on this. This went deep. We went deep. But anyway, it's often been said that Rafi's outros are longer than other people's videos, so I gotta cut this thing off. I'm not good at cutting these things off. You know what I mean? Not good at cutting them off, but we're gonna have to cut it off now. 4 hours, 46 minutes that I've been sitting in this chair. Unbelievable. Okay, so share it, like it, subscribe if you ain't subscribe, and watch out for the videos. Do we go live again later this week? Perhaps. I'll keep you posted. Thank you to everyone who came. Thank you to everybody who contributed your thoughts, your opinions. Thanks to everybody who contributes, puts a little bit of something in the kitty every now and then, like the TKO, like the Timothy Thomas. Thank you to everybody regular who comes in here regular. Okay, I think we've done it. I think we said all that needs to be said for today. So, it's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the like. It's the subscribe. It's the comments. It's the shares. And it is the hitting the bell icon to stay updated with news and notifications. Don't forget about the live show. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter. So Raphael Dawkins is the Combat Radio, and we are out. Just like hold on, I like that one down there, yeah. Just like Riddick Bowe. No, not Riddick Bowe. Hasim Rahman. One last time with feeling. Blessed.